We're pleased to welcome the commissioners from the Clallam County PUD to meet with us this evening. And I just thought, we're not doing a roll call, but I thought it might be nice for all of us to just say our names, since we don't all know each other, our names and how long we've been on our respective been a member of our respective elective body. So Latricia, we'll start with you.
Latricia Suggs, and I've been on City Council since 2020. Thank you.
Drew Schwab, City Council, and I was elected in 2023.
Thank you. Phyllis Bernard, appointed to the Clallam County PUD in May of last year, elected in November of last year.
Thank you. I'm Kate. I have been a city council member. I was elected in 2017, sworn in 2018, was deputy mayor for 2 years and have been mayor since then.
Ken Hayes, Clallam PUD Commissioner. I'm in third year of my first term, and I'm currently the presiding officer for our board.
And I'm Navarra Carr, and I'm the deputy mayor for the city of Port Angeles. And I have been serving on city council since 2020.
Yes, John Purvis. I was appointed in May of 23 and elected last November.
Amy Miller. I was appointed and then elected, and I think about 2 years ago, maybe 10.
Brendan Meyer, elected in 2020.
All right, thank you. Well, we have a packed agenda, so I'm going to turn it over to Nathan and we'll get started.
You forgot Lindsay.
Oh, I forgot Lindsay. Sorry, Lindsay, because you're online. Thank you. That's why I have a deputy mayor.
No worries. Lindsay Sherman Warren. I ran and was elected in 2017. I'm serving in my 8th consecutive year. I apologize for not being able to be there in person today. I promise I spent the whole day in a meeting about weatherization, how to scale up low-income weatherization services statewide. So it was about this topic, just I couldn't make both recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Lindsay. All right, Nathan.
So council and welcome commissioners, we're very grateful to have you here this evening. We've got a number of really valuable topics that I think we have a lot of mutual interest in to discuss this evening. And we're going to go ahead and jump right in. And I'm going to turn it over to Sean Worthington, who's the general manager of the PUD of Clallam County. And Sean can get us started on the first presentation.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Nathan. And thank you, City Council. I'm Sean Worthington. I'm the general manager with Clallam PUD. And I just first want to say thank you for taking the time out of your day to host this meeting. We truly value the opportunity to collaborate and engage in meaningful dialogue with all of you. Specifically, the long-term power agreements with BPA are coming to an end. And it's important and imperative for the governing bodies of our respective organizations to understand what the contracts are and what they mean and the impacts that they're going to have on our communities. It's your job and responsibility to execute those contracts. And so as we enter into our presentation today, we intend for this to be interactive. So if you have questions along the way, please stop and pause us, and we're happy to answer those. And then we can also do questions, Q&A at the end as well. So really your prerogative, however you guys would like to move forward, we're happy to do that. That's my spiel for the day. I don't have a big part in the presentation. It's going to be Shailesh Sherry, our assistant general manager. He oversees our power department at the PUD. And so he's going to go through the presentations with you all today. So thank you again for hosting, and we're happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to, I was just going to mention too, these microphones don't provide feedback, and you all seemed very well versed in turning them on and off. But I think if you have questions during the presentation, just go ahead and ask, and then we can moderate a little more if we have a Q&A session after. So thank you. Go ahead, Shailesh. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council, PUD Commissioners, Manager West, Manager Worthington, the city staff present here, PUD staff present here, some members of Clallam County dignitaries and members of the public. Good afternoon to all. My name is Shailey Shetty. I'm the Assistant General Manager with the PUD. Today, I'm going to give a brief contract overview of the Bonneville Power Administration contracts that are coming up upon us. I apologize if this is a repeat information that you may have heard over the last few years, as this has been talked about over and over. So please let me know if I need to go faster or slower, or if I need to stop somewhere or explain a portion or two. With that, I'm going to start with this first slide, and what this shows is we often hear that we are too small to make a difference, and I wanted to show how small or big we are. It's the Seattle I-5 corridor that constitutes about 33%, and that's 2020, 2010, and in 2024 onwards, the forecast is about 28.5%. But if you look at the middle bottom, Olympic area, our area was about 3.8%, and we have shifted to the top right corner about 3%. That 0.8% translates to about 56 megawatt. 7,000 megawatt is the total FCRPS system capacity. That makes it 56 megawatt, and that's about one of the biggest load that we lost from Clallam County. Our Port Angeles mill was about 54 average megawatt. So that's the difference. But that being said, if you look at it, nobody is in double digits except for the Seattle area. So we all are small, and together, when we stick together as public power, when we make our voices heard, that's when differences are made. So I urge the council to be engaged and ask these questions, not just to us, but to BPA as well, without prohibiting themselves, thinking that we, the Pacific Northwest, or public utilities, municipal utilities, are small. With that, I jump right into regional dialogue. The reason I talk about regional dialogue is because it's difficult to talk about a provider of choice without understanding what regional dialogue is. And regional dialogue is our current contract that expires in 2028. It was developed over 8 different distinct milestones. Now, these are not concurrent. Some of them are, some of them are not. So let's not look at when they start and when they end, but look at how long it took. The first milestone was to actually look at the regional dialogue policy, come up with a final record of decision, and it took about 5 years. The reason it was done, first and foremost, was to fix a tier 1 system size, and that was something that was highly debated before that, and there was litigations, concerns, questions on that portion of the BPA system and the product choices. That was done. The concept of contract period high watermark was developed. Tier 1 system allocation was created. Tier 2 system allocation was created. A tiered methodology to charge all of this was created. And a slice product, which both of our utilities do not subscribe to, was also created. Its outline was developed. An opportunity to provide customer feedback on their integrated process reviews, capital investment reviews were also created during the same time. Further, as we continue, the decision to offer a 20-year non-staggered contract was also part of this. And the reason for that is previously there were staggered contracts, smaller contracts, which did not offer the utilities enough incentives and benefits to develop their own resources. There are several other things, renewable resources, shaping services. A lot of that was important, but not to a point where we'll be talking about the act that created Bonneville required Bonneville to provide power to Pacific Northwest utilities. And I say Pacific Northwest utilities, not Pacific Northwest public utilities. That created some rift wherein residential and small farm customers, residential customers of investor-owned utilities also should receive a fair and reasonable share of this FCRPS Bonneville system. That was highly litigated through this process, and we'll talk about it a little bit later in this presentation. There's one other aspect of it. As I said, it was for all Pacific Northwest customers to receive the federal power, but the transmission was not sufficient to reach each and every customer. That's where BPA started using and leveraging existing transmission owned by private entities, and those are the transfer customers. Now, the cost of that transfer is something that the transfer customer should bear in theory, but the law says that all customers should pay equally. So how does that cost of transfer balance within this regional dialogue? That was also something that was contested back in the day, and it continues to be a topic as we move into this new provider of choice. It also was decided that BPA would collect all the resource and load data for them to be able to forecast and predict the load better. Another thing that was also created during this is a low density discount and the irrigation discount, one of which Clallam County PUD does subscribe to. Moving on, next milestone, it's about a year, it was creating definitions and intent and contract templates of what this means. All of this was done through multiple workshops and drafting meetings. Sorry, thank you. Drafting meetings. The decisions that were made during milestone 1 were transitioned from concept to technical and legally binding terms during these meetings. Milestone 3 was essentially execution of these contract, which would be a 20-year contract with 17 years of power delivery in it. Milestone 4 was the implementation of these contracts for the utilities to make informed decisions on how to serve load, how to manage their load growth, whether to acquire new generation or develop new generation or plan for it. All of that took about 3 years. This is from December 2008 to October 2011. Also during this period, contract period high water mark was designated, calculated and designated to each utility. Next, milestone 5. This is where the meat of the contract happened, the development of tiered rate methodology. It took about 4 years, and the expiration date was set the same as the expiration of regional dialogue contract, which is September 30th, 2028. We talked a little bit about how the Power Act requires all customers to receive power from Bonneville dams, our federal system. There is a preference to public power, but still there is an element that all customers should receive it. So while doing that, BPA and IOUs, the investor-owned utilities, came to terms that they will calculate an average system cost of these investor-owned utilities. We will look at what our firm rate is and will provide the difference of that cost as a monetary benefit to these utilities, and those costs would be borne by all the public utilities, i.e. all of us and our customers. While this seems simple in concept, it was litigated for about 10 years before the parties agreed to work over a settlement that lasted for 1 year. Through this settlement, the parties agreed to come to terms with an average system cost, or ASC, the method to determine eligible loads, which loads would be eligible, the sale and purchase price of IOUs, because that's something that they could inflate on their own if left to their own means and terms without having it defined, and some other details. In the next slide, we'll understand how this all came about. And I will ignore the first 2 bullets because those are a lot of technical details, but focus your attention on the history, which starts in the 60s. The FPS, the Federal Power System, served all regional loads, including the IOUs, investor-owned utilities, the direct service industrial customers, i.e. large industrial customers, and customer-owned utilities like ours. Well, while the public had preference. Everyone at the time started forecasting surging load growth, which was essentially more than the supply. Some of the publics, the larger ones like Tacoma's, the Seattle's, the Mitsu utilities had started building their own generating resources, but most had not. BP at the time this is in the 60s, had 5 years of less power acquisition authority. And that's why it was important in the regional dialogue contract to have that longer term with longer power acquisition capacity, because that does not allow any of us to make decisions to generate resources or acquire resources or plan for it. Also, during the 60s, as all of this was happening, there were forecasts predicted that the federal power system and its capacity would be reached, and there would not be available power to serve to the customers, in addition to no power markets as we know today existed back then, i.e., there wasn't a plan B. Since the federal power was required to supply the publics, BPA at the time started to withdraw federal power from non-preference customers, and this caused a lot of turmoil. BPA had terminated some contracts. DSIs, direct service industrial customers, were told that they would not get a follow-on contract. And this provoked a full-scale conflict between the IOUs, the DSIs, the publics, the generators versus the non-generators, state versus state, east side utilities versus west side utilities, and even throughout the country all the way to DC. While IOUs started building their own resources, this caused a huge rate shock to direct service industrial customers. Losing BPA power, especially the ones that were on thin margin, meant economic extension. And the issue quickly got political. That's why, after litigating for 10 years, a resolution of sort was met, because as you look at that chart, that chart shows some sensitivities that were studied, and it is all over the place. It was very, very difficult to figure out what would be the right amount to provide to these IOUs. So a settlement was reached wherein BPA will be the regional power supplier, would have the acquisition authority as it needs. The publics would get BPA power contracts and the extension that we need, the reliability that we need. There would be no rate shocks because the new acquisitions that BPA would get would be melded into the same rate. The IOUs would get BPA power contracts if they want to, which they did not, or get a shot at wholesale power cost equity, the equation that I explained at the beginning of this concept. While I say that it's important that they did not choose to take public power, BPA power contracts back then, when I created this presentation, about 2 days after that, we received a notice that the BPA administrator had received a notice that the IOU 6 investor-owned utilities are interested in purchasing power from BPA, and that has huge consequences to everything. The contract period high water mark that has been assigned to all of us, the cost, the ability to BPA to provide that, the transmission that's required to bring that power to these IOUs, all of that is being discussed right now. While we think that it could be a negotiation tactic, it nevertheless is a request that has been officially made to the administrator. That being said, the resolution that was reached is a table of millions of dollars that we, public power customers, would be providing the IOUs, and that was all laid out from 2012 to 2028. It's about $239 million on average, and there are certain graphs and charts that I've shown. The middle dotted line, the dashed line, is the settlement, and the other two are the other two cases if we had left it as low as it should have been, or if IOUs would have gotten their way. There's a dollar bill that shows the different amounts that BPA spends annually on all the things that they do spend. About 9 cents out of that dollar is the residential exchange cost. So it is substantial, and this issue has just heated up as of a week or two ago. We'll continue on though. Milestone 7 is where the BP rate case, and rate case is where all policy decisions, the formulas, etc., that were developed are applied to the projected availability of water and the market conditions that we will all face, as well as BPA's financial standing to establish what would be that power rate for the next 2 years. And it's done on a biannual basis. So the milestone 7 was, after all of this was done, it was put through this rate case to see what rate would be spit out at the end of that. Several issues were also addressed. The implementation of in the implementation of this tiered rate methodology, TRM. One of the examples was demand charge, because again, it was who is causing that demand and who's paying for it was a contested issue back then, and it is an elevated contested issue in the next contract. The last milestone is simple, just take service under the regional dialogue. With that, we'll quickly move on the tiered rate methodology, and I won't talk about the other two products. Both utilities, PUD and the City of Port Angeles, are a load following product utility, which essentially means that BPA would follow our load as it occurs, when it occurs, all the way to the extreme peaks that we see. The other two products are block and slice product. Block, i.e. a utility would request BPA a specific block, a flat block of power, and a slice product is BPA, the utility would request BPA a slice of the river. So as much as the river flows, with its seasonal changes, whatever happens, the utility would take a slice of that, and the rest they would fulfill by their own generation or market purchases as necessary. We'll talk about load following here a little bit. There was a council meeting that I was listening to on the 20th of August last year. There was an agenda item for the wholesale power, and a question was asked, what's tier 1 and what's tier 2? I believe the answer at the time was it's like our base cost. Tier 1 is the total system size that's available. When I say that, it's really the availability of water that BPA can push through its turbine to produce power. It's not the total availability of water based on the precipitation, but the availability of water that BPA can push through its turbine to produce water in a critical water basis scenario. That critical water year was set at 1937 because that's where the lowest precipitation happened. Now, that being said, all utilities who subscribe to that system would equally share the cost of that system proportional to their load. And that's what your charge is. So the composite charge, the first box that you see, are the core charges. And this really is the preference rate that's available for the tier 1 capacity. It includes all BPA costs, its operational costs, capital, debt, and other obligations, essentially everything. The other 3 buckets are the smaller charges. The non-slice customer charge is whatever excess BPA can generate, it would sell in open market, bring that money back, provide us as a credit. Load shaping charge, a load is forecasted, we forecast our load, BPA sees our load, and the difference between that forecast is either credited as a credit or pushed onto us as a charge. And we'll talk about that in the next 2 slides. This is a simple diagram of one showing the actual load shape and the other showing the system shape of the river that is designed or allocated to our individual utilities. If we use less, there's more water. That water is sold, the power generated from that water is sold, and the money is brought back to our utility. Vice versa, the energy required is purchased on the market, and that cost is passed on to our utility. And that's essentially what load shaping charge is. The load shaping charge varies between heavy load hours and light load hours for each month, and that's designated for every 2 years based on the market conditions, forecasted market conditions. And market conditions are one of the biggest drivers in the provider of choice contract and the TRM of provider of choice, which is the PRDM. Next, we'll talk about demand charge. Again, demand charge is also similar. Prices vary from each month on a forecasted 2-year basis and is heavily dependent on market conditions. The scarcity of capacity, which is created by Clean Energy Transformation Act, retirement of coal, retirement of gas, and other plants, has created not only a higher demand charge, but a new peak load variance charge in the PRDM. But we look at what the current demand charge is. It's essentially what's your highest peak, and that peak is multiplied by a billing determinant, a multiplier, and that multiplier is different for different months. There are some discounts, and each band on that graph denotes a discount that's available. So Tier 2, a CDQ is just a discount. We deduct our average heavy load hour energy, and whatever is left is multiplied by a dollar amount, and that would be our current demand charge. Just to put things into perspective, this is Clallam PUD, but if you were to look at the City of Port Angeles bills, those would also be very similar. A substantial amount would be that constant composite charge, which would be essentially the total cost of BPA to do its business divided by 12 for each individual utility. The other charges, the non-slice surcharge or return, the credit is small. Our load shaping credit is small. The load shipping charge is small. Our low density discount is added onto that, and then something called reserves distribution clause, which gets into the nitty-gritty of markets and how some of the conditions in the provider of choice and regional dialogue work. And we'll not go into details of that. We'll focus on the next contract now with post 2028. In November 2025, it was not post provider of choice yet. They were calling it Focus 2028 or post 2028. Back then, the focus was, do we need to make wholesale changes to this contract? And if yes, what are the areas that require new policies? BPA was focused on becoming and staying competitive. And becoming is the emphasis here, because if you look at that chart, the mid-C prices are the ones with that heavy peak at the starting in year 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, until fracking happened and those prices plummeted. It was predicted that the mid-C prices would be much lower than BPA's prices, and that's why BPA was feeling that pressure in 2015 of becoming competitive and staying competitive, and hence the name. They wanted to be our provider of choice. We all know that that did not turn out as it is shown in that graph. Market conditions have changed, and they've changed significantly because since 2019, the state's Clean Energy Compliance Requirements, Clean Energy Transformation Act, and Climate Commitment Act made a significant change. Also, there were talks about organized market, energy imbalance market, the Western Resource Adequacy Program, extended day-ahead market. The Regional Transmission Organization is also being talked about. There was also concerns about Columbia Generating Station, the CGS, Energy Northwest and its future, the Lower Snake River dams and what its future lie ahead. What would happen to carbon technology? Would it become more cost effective? Does that change our perception of needing the power from BPA? Also, there may be significant behavioral changes in the electricity consumption from the consumers. And these were the things that we were looking at, and quite a few more things that we were also looking at while these contracts were being developed. Just an illustrative chart of how the WEC-wide, the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, is the balancing authority. Coal plants retirement look over different states, as well as some of the other Northwest power plants retirements as they were planned in 2016 onwards through 2032. This created the chart that we are looking on the right, where earlier in 2015, it was predicted that by 2023, 2024, 5 and onwards, BPA's rate would be substantially higher than the market. The lower line is BPA's rates, and the top line is the current market prices and the predicted market prices in the future. And this is as of 2019. If you look at today's rates, the top line is even higher. So naturally, our wish list changed. Now we want to talk about residential exchange program. We're really interested in that secondary sales, because whatever we don't use, BPA is able to sell it on the secondary market, which is that top line at those dollars, and bring those dollars back to reduce our rates. So we're very, very interested in that. But we're also interested in the new large single load and the policies surrounding those rates. We're also interested in what happened to those transfer costs. Remember earlier I mentioned about the transfer customers over other transmission lines. Who is paying for those costs? Now we are interested in that. We're also interested in other cost controls, energy efficiencies. We wanted to stay competitive in responsiveness of service as well as rates. I won't go much detail on the timeline itself. The provider of choice timeline started late 2020 with customer engagement and concept paper. This changed as Public Power Council, PPC, took the lead, where Public Power collectively asked BPA that we will provide you a concept paper instead of BPA providing that concept paper to us and marking the beginning of our contract negotiations. Lots and lots of meetings, workshops, in-person meetings, similar milestones. I won't go through each milestone here. Very, very similar milestones as provider of choice. Each topic, plethora of in-person workshops, each topic of concern was looked in detail and marked out as these timelines show us. Again, they looked at first introducing the topic, educating people because not everybody was involved in this creation, description of the issue, analyzing it all the way to culminating into a concept paper. I won't go into details of all of this, but the presentation is available for this council and the board to look at. PPC provided its concept paper in December 2021. While both our utilities are not a part of PPC, PUD was engaged through WAPUDA, WWPU, East-West Managers Meetings, and Western Public Agencies Group, which the city is also part of. And there were some policy frameworks that were adjusted, and we have heard about these. These are the system size, the system capacity. We want contractual flexibilities. We want carbon to be allocated through the FCRPS to us, and we want cost control. Won't go into details about timelines, but after looking at our Public Powers concept paper, BPA released their own concept paper, which started a long list of public process workshops where we then negotiated everything that we had to negotiate over tier one system size, high watermark, products, contract terms, transfer services, rate methodology, conservation, NLSL policy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That led to the template that we have in front of us. I won't go through every comparison between regional dialogue and provider of choice because we just can't go through it. Just the comparison summarized document is 15-page long, but there is a link to that document on this slide. What we'll do though is we'll go into highlights of the POC and PRDM in the next few slides, and my goal and hope is that the audience will be able to follow along based on our discussion about regional dialogue, because it's pretty much same. The biggest thing was contract period high water mark. We have discussed that. This is how the contract period high water mark was set up. Some exceptions were baked into the policy. We'll talk about the calculations and numbers on the next slides. The exceptions are if you're a small utility, less than 5 average megawatt, that could be raised up to 5 megawatts. New public utility, if a new public utility is formed, a tribal utilities form, et cetera, et cetera. The CFCT may be an interest to the city of Port Angeles because when the generation at Nippon, Washington paper mill was decommissioned, 19.88 average megawatts was designated as CFCT adjustment for resource in City of Port Angeles's current provider of choice, current regional dialogue contract. This is how it's laid out. Our base allocation for the two utilities was 85.5 and 76 respectively. The city lost quite a bit of headroom, as we all know. The PUD received some conservation adjustment, load growth adjustment, and we are about 79.16 average megawatt and 45.66 for the city of Port Angeles. This is how all the Western utilities on the coast fared include City of McCleary, Port Angeles, Clallam, Grace Harbor, Mason, 1 and 3 PUD, Specific PUD, and Jefferson PUD. It's fairly similar. The City of McCleary lost a little bit of headroom. Grace Harbor PUD lost some headroom because they switched from slice block to load following contract, and the City of Port Angeles due to its loss of load. In the product of choice, we'll continue with the summary. Similarly, 3 products were offered with one exception. Load following slice block are very, very similar. Block has a shaped block option, which means BPA, along with providing a flat block, would also provide a shaped block. Product change was something that was important, so BPA allowed us to have a one-time request to change with a 3-year notice. This is product change if we do want to change the product. Similar to tiered rate methodology, a public rate design methodology, PRDM was created, which is also a two-tiered mechanism. Some major changes to keep an eye on are Western Resource Adequacy Program. I've mentioned the sections and the exhibits in there. The amendment for day-ahead market, additional resources, energy storage device requirements, all those requirements are captured in the exhibits and the sections of the contract that I've noted up there. There is a link to the draft master contract that was provided March 12th. The deadline to request a product of choice contract and make a product choice is June 18th of 2025, which is fast approaching us. And we are required to submit a signed contract to BPA no later than December 5th of 2025. Won't go into much detail here, but the primary considerations were we wanted to preserve the value of this tier 1 system that it has. It means reliability, it means lower cost, it means protection from market conditions. All of that we wanted to preserve. We'll go into the PRDM. Similar to load following product today, there is a composite charge, but now it's called energy charge, as it's not a flat monthly rate for 12 months, but instead it would follow the amount of energy that we use monthly. So it would follow our cash flow better. Demand charge is very similar, but there aren't any discounts that were provided to us in the last case. This is the new peak. The third box is the peak load variance charge, and that's where BPA is saying with the retirement of all the resources and the scarcity of power in the market, if our peak is higher than what it should be or is predicted, that comes at a premium, and that cost is really going to ding us. There's a rate impact credit and a question mark because then we started looking at what that impact is and should we get some credits. And that's where all the negotiations happened. The PUD was involved in person in all these workshops, and we were able to gain some victories through that. And I won't go in detail on this slide because that's essentially what I explain about energy charge, the demand charge, and the peak load variance charge. That little graphic shows what that peak load variance charge is. If your load exceeds your P50 load, up to P10 load, BPA would serve it at a premium. At the beginning of this, the first iteration of this, we were looking at, Clallam PUD was looking at about 12.7% rate impact, somewhere between 10.5% to 12.7%. And the City of Port Angeles, and per my understanding, was looking up to 7.5% of rate impact just by changing how we calculate the cost, all else equal. This is where we advocated, went to workshops, had side conversations with BPA executives, defended our positions against other public utilities who, if you see, some of them were looking at negative load growth because essentially they were paying for us in their eyes. But that is not essentially the entire picture. A mathematical model does not show the conventional or the historical inequalities that has created those situations. We are a majority residential load, for us to flatten that shape, we need industries, and we can't get industries because of our location. And if our rates are much higher than the I-5 corridor, then the industries would never come here. So this was a losing proposition. We advocated that, and eventually BPA agreed to cap that rate at no more than 2% at the beginning of the rate period, and no more than 5% at the end of that rate period, the contract, which is BP 2043. So it was a huge win for Palm County PUD because we were one of the 3 or 4 worst hit utilities, as well as the city of Port Angeles. It was somewhere in the middle of those utilities. Tier 2 is very similar to what it is today. We'll have to pick which Tier 2 product we want to go with. Do we want to generate our own resources? Do you want to purchase resources from somewhere else and bring them over here and buy less from BPA, or a combination of all of that? This is important from a lot of perspectives because the market's changing. There is congestion with the generations retiring from the existing transmission paths. We would want to pick up the phone and say, BPA, provide us as much power as we need, but we are located at the end of the line. And with all the congestion that is happening between Mitzi and us, there may be issues that we are foreseeing, and we are actively working with BPA to resolve that. But that really puts focus, if you're looking at economic development, if you're looking at bringing industries here, we really got to focus on how will we serve our Tier 2 load, because Tier 1 is already subscribed for everybody who's currently staying, working, and conducting business here. There are some other aspects of it as well, like the resource shaping services, other things that are not as important, but they are up there for people to look, review, and if there are questions, please ask. And the big ticket items that I was talking about is the transmission planning reform process. It's a big issue. BPA has taken a big pause on that because there was a letter from DC and some of the congressmen who intervened in this process. There are letters that BPA receiving on REP process, the residential exchange process. There's an access to transmission capacity issue that we are actively working with BPA. There's a small work group that is meeting almost on a weekly basis to talk about this and present BPA with solutions that we would like to see. We are staring down the barrel of a day-ahead market that we are not really situated, well-positioned to take advantage of, but we are on the receiving end of it. And that chart graph demonstrates it. Between 2014 to 2012, 2014, the seasonal price shape is very muted. But on the right side, the 2018 to 2020 seasonal price shape, if you look at November, especially during the evening hours, that peak is very pronounced. And that's where we will either see a lack of power availability, capacity charges, PLVS charges, or just plain transmission congestion ability for BPA to provide power to us in certain cases. And these are the issues I think that we should talk collectively. And I tried my best to zip through this presentation. I may take questions if the board and the council has questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of good information. Any questions from anyone? Brendan, go ahead.
Yeah, talking about power is such like a heady thing because, energy can't be created or destroyed. It's a matter of transferring energy and how efficiently we can do that. One of the things I think discussing on my time at council here has been, trying to get that big industry. And it seems like the bottleneck to coming out here is the transmission, like you stated. We can only have so much capacity to be able to come out this way. In your presentation, there was talks of, the peaks and valleys, load. My question would be to that is, I guess overall the objective would try to be to flatten that line so you don't have the peaks and valleys. the thought of, and the IOUs, sorry, just off topic real quick, the IOUs are like independent operators like Google or something that would need like 90 billion kilowatts to run their data farms, or no?
No, sir. IOUs would be investor-owned utilities, the Puget Sounds, the PSTs.
Somebody's generating, okay. So peaks and valleys of the usage, green energy, generation, solar panels, things like that. What about tidal energy generation, capacitor, so banking energy, large capacitors essentially to help flatten that. I know we do it on a small scale on some of our substations, have these smart switches to regulate that flow of energy during peak times. And also places like on the East Coast, they get a lot of their power, they get some of their power in the Northeast from Canada. That international, I don't know if it's as simple as running a wire from Victoria and plugging it in Port Angeles and paying Victoria, but this is the only game in town. BPA has worked its way into a predicament where energy is very expensive. And because of that, we all bear that price. I'm glad to see us working with PUD. Also, another question, just looking at this provider of choice summary, Port Angeles is at 45, Clown's at 80, and the Jefferson's at 46. Why don't we have everybody on the boat? Those are my, I guess, 3 things. 4 maybe? Well, no.
Renewable energy resources are a great option where it works. The concern, though, is would they generate when the peaks are high? They have not been, especially solar. Our peaks are evening peaks, early morning peaks, so that may not work. Storage is possible, expensive, but at this point, we'd have to look at that. Other questions as far as combining those contract period high water marks, that's something that I cannot comment. Is it conceptually possible? Yes, there is provisions within BPA for how to do it, but would have to go through that process, and the governing boards of these utilities would have to agree to that, and that's really a question to you. I'm very inadequate to answer that question.
It's usually the problem is government's usually 20 years behind technology, so it takes a long time to catch up.
Navarra, go ahead. To the point about the sort of peak times, I moved here in 2018 from California. And a few years before that, unfortunately in California, many of the utilities are not public, they're private. But even the ones that are public, like there are companies in California that you can sign up for where they will tell you what the peak hours are that week. And they give you credits for if you turn your lights off or you turn your power off. And it's like power hours, right? And you get credits back, so you're not paying these. It's a benefit to the people who live there. It's a benefit to the utility companies, and it's a benefit to the person who gets to then save in the future on their utility bill, or you like win gift cards or whatever. And I'm not up on my public utility laws here in Washington State, but it seems like Washington is lagging in those efforts to try to encourage people for whatever reason. There hasn't been any, I think, movement, especially here on the peninsula, to try to encourage people to turn off their lights or not watch TV or whatever in the 1 hour in the morning or 1 hour in the evening. And so I'm wondering, as a sort of a more of a layperson in this area, are there things that public utilities can do to offer some kind of credits to customers who elect to help the utility during those peak hours?
Public's ability on that is limited, and it's a simple math problem. Private utilities are exposed to the market. During these peak hours, those market costs are about $2,000. They could be up to $2,000. So it behooves them to save that 1 megawatt hour, save $2,000, and give gift cards. At the same time, our rate, because we are subscribed to BPA's system is $34 or so. So if we are saving $34, we can potentially give $34 per megawatt hour. That's 1,000 kilowatt hours. So our ability to do that essentially goes back to the governing boards if they create policies such that they would want to incentivize people who are saving energy by charging people who are not saving energy. That's the only way. But there's no savings from the market.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, following up on that question, BPA is subject to high market prices. We don't see those for another couple of years in the next rate case. So if BPA is subject to a high market cost, we don't see it immediately. But there is an incentive for us to control our behavior so that 2 years down the road, we don't have that load following response where we get hit with very high demand charges or tier 2 charges. Is there a chance BPA will implement such a demand response program based on their behalf?
Commissioner Purvis, thank you for the question. We have been talking about BPA towards programs like this, and this has been actively considered, not only to save costs, but there's an opportunity. Everything that we save can be sold on that high cost market to bring those dollars back and reduce our rates.
The comment from Brandon about, I wasn't quite sure what I was hearing about Jefferson PUD, Port Angeles City Power, and Clallam PUD, whether it was combining utilities or just negotiating the contract together. I mean, PNGC, Pacific Northwest Generating Cooperative Council.
DOE.
Yeah, they're a joint operating entity, and we know that there right now is some controversy about them pushing back on demand charges. Is that a possibility for our the three utilities that were mentioned to form a joint operating entity and somehow levelize some of those demand costs or even them out through the?
Commissioner Hayes, that's a legal question. Joint operating agencies are defined in the Power Act. So there are ways, but they're not as simple as sending a request to BPA. They're defined, and we'd have to go through certain processes to get defined as a JOE.
Latricia, go ahead.
I just have to say that you guys have utilities, you guys have a really tough job. I mean, listening to the acronyms, I'm like, all right, this is like a foreign language to me. Just trying to catch up. I mean, you went through them, and I'm glad Brendan asked what IOUs were. You kept saying it, and I had no. I'm like, what is an IOU? Individual operating unit, or so in the future that would be helpful. That if you have an acronym, make sure it's spelled out and then with the acronym. So, because I was searching the document for it and I couldn't find it. But I do recall a couple of years back going and listening and watching on YouTube some of the videos where you guys were doing like this negotiations in Seattle and stuff. And it was a pretty tough, just even trying to track. And so it's a complicated topic, and I just want to commend you guys for tackling this complicated topic. But I also know it's vital to our community, especially when we talk about terms of growth, of being able to have that power available when we need it. I remember when Elwha built the hatchery down on the reservation, again, we had to jump into power because we didn't realize that there was no power, that the phased power that was needed to power a hatchery was not available up at Lower Elwha Road and then brought down. So there was a whole process of negotiating and trying to get that type of power needed just to Lower Elwha Road. And I'm just wondering, I mean, if that is needed for all these larger economic development opportunities that we would like to see in our community, I think what we have here, we may not have enough for that down the road, or I'm hoping we do with savvy negotiations. But like I said, this is a complicated topic, and I commend you guys for all of your efforts and everything that you do. And BPA, hydropower is the least expensive power compared to other types of powers that are out there that other, like, thank you for the story about California. They face higher charges than we do. We are very lucky here on the Pacific Northwest. With that said, I also have a tug in my heart about hydropower, because although it's considered carbon neutral, it's not environmentally friendly to our salmon population either. It's caused habitat decimation for our salmon runs who struggle to get up that. And fish ladders aren't always the best or very successful. But so it's a tug of war with my heart on this. But when it comes to power cost, it is the least expensive. I've got some questions I'll just follow up with after. But I just want to say this is a complicated topic, and I appreciate you coming tonight to share it with us. I do want to get out there. I know I spoke with Phyllis about this, but I always advocate that to help reduce those demands, those costs, it always starts in the home. How much power is a person using? And as often as I can, I'd like to see that BPA and the federal government turn the tables upside down when it comes to rebates for cost-saving measures like solar power, ductless heating systems for our community members. And it should be based not on you get a flat $50 or you get a flat $250 rebate. It should be based on a 70-30 cost, where the homeowner pays 30% of the cost, BPA, the electric power pays the other 70%, because that's where we're going to get our savings, is at the home with people turning off their power, using less. So can you clarify though? I always understood that if you use your power late in the evening time, like I'll wait to dry my clothes until like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Am I saving money by doing that, or? That's my real question. Am I saving money? Because I know that's where I could save money, or at least I thought I could save money, but maybe I'm hearing we can't.
Council member, to my knowledge, the city of Port Angeles and I know Clallam PUD does not have a time of use rate. If we were to move to a time of use rate, then different times would cost different for the same amount of energy. As far as your comment about ductless heat pumps, we recognize that, and we have started a program for 100% free ductless heat pump program for low-income individuals. And we've rolled out about $600,000 worth of ductless heat pumps last year, and we aim to do that for another $500,000 or so next year.
Is there a timeline? Have we promoted that on the city website?
We are going through this is on PUD, and we are going through the list of low-income individuals that we have applied for the low-income discount, and going through their usage and see where would be the best resources, best application of that resource.
So you go and look for them. They don't come to you.
Correct.
Well, that doesn't, I don't know. I guess that doesn't give an individual the choice other than you looking at what they're using. So, yeah. But I think that's good that you're doing that. Thank you.
We'll go to Lindsay, and then we should probably move on to our other topics because we have a little over a half hour left. Yeah. Lindsay, go ahead. Perhaps he is stuck doing something else wherever he is. We'll come back. Oh, he took his hand down. Okay, let's move on. I think my questions are likely, I have a couple questions, but it seems like they're likely going to be answered in the next section. So I will, I think, turn it over to Director Curtin for 2A, City of Port Angeles plans for alternative energy sources. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of council and commission, good evening. As you said, I am Scott Curtin, Director of Public Works and Utilities for the city. On the agenda 2A, city's plans for alternative energy sources. I just wanted to touch a little bit on how we got to where we are today. So as you recall, council did approve earlier this year our strategic plan. Within that plan, we had several items directly pertaining to alternative energy. Strategic plan focus area 1D3 was the first regarding community resilience. This was a measure ensuring that battery backup systems are incorporated in all future municipal buildings as well as renovations. And the second one would be strategic focus area 2F2 in the work plan. This focuses on citywide resource optimization to stabilize utility sources for changing environments. This is going to be pertaining to evaluating and developing a phased path for alternative energy, as well as developing a funding-ready community solar project by December 31st of 2026. Additionally, this evening, we actually have the second hearing for the capital facilities plan, which is up for approval. Within that plan, under the electrical utility, our first priority project is related to planning, providing funding for a community solar study. That's under project number CL0623. It's on page 102 of the CFP plan, just for your information. It does provide $10,000 in funding for the years 2025 and 2026. Again, as a planning document to move forth with that study. Here most recently, just to touch on some of the recent projects and work that's going on within the city. The Senior Center project was recently completed, as you all know. That has a full solar array with the battery backup. And today actually was our first solar kickoff meeting for the 5th Street Fire Station with the team. Those documents were in design phase right now. We anticipate construction permits being submitted in August of this year to move forward with that project. And again, that's another full facility project, 95 solar panels, roof mounted with a battery backup for that facility as well. And with that, we do have some additional opportunities coming up with the new light ops facility as well. And that'll be out at the Corp Yard. So that'll be another new construction building. There'll be some opportunities out there for additional solar as well. And with that, I will pass it on.
We'll move on to, let's go to the, it seems relevant, at least based on the questions I'm generating, and if others can disagree. If we move on to 2B, 2C, and then open it up for discussion, so we have the sort of big picture.
Good afternoon, Council and Commissioner Board. I will be taking the 2B agenda item, PUD's coping effort. I have a small presentation, but essentially what we've done so far is we have acquired a Clean Energy Innovation Fellow through a Department of Energy grant. This fellow would be helping us in several activities, but mostly outreach, scoping, coordinating, and project management within all the subject matter experts that we are engaging with. We are engaging with these subject matter experts for a feasibility assessment for siting a large utility scale generation, because the smaller projects of a few solar panels aren't necessarily making the difference. They're making small buildings resilient, which we have done. We have 2 community solar additions this year that we completed. We have commissioned a microgrid design. We are participating in the Climate Commitment Act carbon allowance auction, and those proceeds will be then directed towards designing and developing a large utility scale storage or generation project. The assessment for siting would be based for environmental impact, social impact, permitting, and financial feasibility. The the various organizations that we have so far reached out and working collaboratively with is Department of Commerce for technical policy and grant assistance request. We're working with GridWorks, which is a Department of Commerce consultant. We're working with Renewable Hydrogen Alliance to see what is the hydrogen potential here on the peninsula. We're working with Energy Northwest, who's identifying all available geothermal resources in Pacific Northwest. Also, Bonneville Environmental Foundation, we have tentatively reached an agreement to work on an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding towards long-term energy and renewable energy strategy, tribal relations, project development and coordination with funding sources, cost share on studies, coordination with Smart Energy Partners Alliance, PNNL, NREL, National Labs, two of them, WSU and University of British Columbia as necessary. So these are the efforts, and again, we'll move on to topic 2C.
Thank you.
So I just put a few slides together, just kind of briefly going over some of the existing relationships that we currently have with the PUD. We do jointly assist each other on occasion. So as I said, the city has a long history of working together to the benefit of the community. This includes from within the light operations as well as the water and sewer district. Some examples here, we've had some situations where the city did not have sufficient equipment to do certain work. Our bucket truck, for example, couldn't reach some utility work, and the PUD helped us out with loaning one of theirs, which allowed us to continue and do the work. And conversely, we had a wire trailer that we're able to share with the PUD as well, to the benefit of both of our organizations. Here on water, the most recently with the DOT project that we have happening down by Ennis Creek. We had some situation where we had some customers that were going to be cut off by that project taking place. So we were able to backfeed those customers through a PUD line. And once that project's over, we can switch that back. But that was certainly a benefit to those customers to not have to go without water or be negatively impacted by the state's project, which we greatly appreciate. So as my office coordinated with Bowen's team, and we did formally establish that within a written agreement. So it's not a handshake deal. We're actually formally memorializing these agreements, so which we greatly appreciate. And same with labor. If we ever have a storm event and something adversely affects one or the other, we always respond accordingly. So if they need our help, they're free to call, and same with us. Our crews respond. I think Ken, my deputy director here, could attest to that. I feel like we work very well together if and when that need ever does arise. I think lastly, we don't have a specific project per se identified today, but I'd just like to say the city is open to that. I feel like we do have a good working relationship, whether that's a community solar project jointly or doing some other work, related to the utilities. I think from a public works and a city standpoint, we're open to conversations regarding that. And then lastly, I just wanted to say as a new director here, so I've been here since September of last year, I do greatly appreciate, 54 slides on that presentation and putting that together, the time that it took to do that. And just for me, just the information, being new here and understanding how we got here, that was very helpful to me. So I understand it might be very boring to some folks, but it was actually very beneficial to myself. So I greatly appreciate the time that it took to put that together. So thank you.
All right. I have a question, but I don't usually go first. So I'll go to, Latricia.
You mentioned joint projects and stuff. And one thing that always comes to my mind when I'm driving around Port Angeles, because I love the views, I love living here, my heart's here. One thing I think that I would like to see more joint projects on between PUD and the city is undergrounding power lines where we can, and try to find funding resources to do that. I think it helps in windstorms, makes us a bit more resilient, maybe not needing those trucks as often to get labor, or hardworking men and women who are protecting power lines and working on them out of the bucket, and maybe we get them underground or something, right? But I don't know. I would like to see more of that. There's a lot of areas in our community where, again, we have these great views, and it would be nice to modernize our system. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Okay, I will just throw out that one of the things that I was thinking about in advance of this meeting, and Shirley, your presentation was helpful in understanding where the PUD is heading into this contract cycle as it compares to where we are. And one of the things that I think that makes this a really timely meeting is, of course, we're going to be the month in which we have to decide what we're doing about we've used all our tier 1, now what is going to be here before we know it, because it's already June. And so one of the things that I'm glad to know you all are thinking about proactively, and I know we're just in a different situation, but might be the possibility, not necessarily of a joint project, but co-location of a project, so that we can cite it appropriately for BPA transmission. I think there may be some value in that. So I'm glad that we're having this meeting now, and hope that perhaps as we figure out what we're going to do, there might be an opportunity to work together with PUD for at least joint siting on a some kind of generation project. I appreciated your comment about storage, because that is an alternative that had not crossed my mind. So useful. I always learn something from your presentation. So thank you. Anything else from anyone? Oh, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to, I guess, make a comment and offer a suggestion. So much of what we've heard and what we hear at the PUD Commission Board meetings all the time, and when we go to association meetings, to me translates as tremendous amount of upward pressure on costs and consequently rates. And what I'm wondering is if maybe each of our governing boards couldn't consider making motions to form a joint task force. I mean, we're kind of running out of time tonight. We've had such great conversation here, but maybe we need to form a serious, working joint task force made up of staff and maybe one representative from each of the governing boards to really deep dive into some of these issues, where we can cooperate, as we've heard already, where we can combine resources, and maybe even the combining of the electric utilities. I mean, it seems like there's potential for leveraging, size against some of this upward cost pressure. So that would be my suggestion coming out of this. From what I'm hearing is maybe we need to take it a step further in our working together.
Thank you, Ken. Before we move on to the next topic, are there other Phyllis? Go ahead.
Shailesh, as you know, I have been wanting to find a way for us to allow customers who are trying to conserve, cut back on their use of electricity, or actually see a difference in their bill. And from what I understand, the fact that we buy in block means that it's not really going to make a difference. But it occurred to me this afternoon, even though it may not make a large difference in the overall bill that we owe BPA, isn't it conceivable that those individual efforts at conservation can allow us to have additional energy available that we can then sell in the secondary market?
Yes, conceptually, yes. We do not, the product that we are subscribing currently, we do not have the ability to market it ourselves. what we can do is switch to a different product, and we might have to do that if we get a large-scale utility generation project. We would have to market it, and at that point, it would be very much possible to conserve as much as we can by providing these incentives and market it during those peak months and peak hours of those peak months, bring those $700-800 per megawatt hour back to our rates and lower our rates, provide better rates for economic incentives for industrial growth using those incentives rather than pushing that burden on to residential and commercial ratepayers.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that opening possibility for the future. It means a lot to people to feel as if they have some agency, as if there is something they can do that's tangible, that's real, and that has an impact on their bill. And I think it behooves us to try to find ways to work that into the calculations so that it makes a difference for us also. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. And then I'm going to go to Lindsay for a question.
Yeah, I'd just like to quickly add. So anyone conserving electricity is a good thing for them. It's gonna lower their electrical bill. Ultimately, the rates don't change throughout the day, but using less electricity will ultimately save you money. The technology is constantly changing on this. And from a residential standpoint, I'll give you a little piece of information you can go, check out on the internet. It's very cool. But there's a electrical panel made by SPAN, SPAN, and you can literally monitor your individual circuits in your home through your cell phone. So you can tell how much your refrigerator is using and the other things that are running on your individual circuits within your home. That type of technology does exist. So we are getting more and more having the ability to understand where we are, consuming our electricity and what things we're using, how they might, individually affect our home and ultimately our costs. So just something to geek out on later. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Lindsay, go ahead. Do you want to mute your camera, Lindsay? And then, there we go. Your audio is muted though.
All right. Hopefully that works.
You're good. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, sorry. I'm getting double. Okay. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are.
No.
Yes, you are. But you can't hear us. Try muting your camera maybe, if it's a bandwidth issue, if you can hear me. Let's see. Can the host send, Mandy, can you send Lindsay a message telling him that we can hear him even though he can't hear us? Please and thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would also like to see one of these GOEs, maybe, or just research into seeing as possible. There's also another thing that another utility did before I moved here, which was they would ask the consumer to invest into the utility, and that consumer would get a dividend back. So if we're talking about doing a large-scale model of electric generation, such as like hopefully tidal, because I think that's where it is, or a capacitor project like that. It may be something that we could raise funds through some kind of program through our customers that can reap a dividend in the future, and also the GOE, so we could leverage our place to avoid some of these really high rates in the future.
All right. Lindsay, let's see if we can try Lindsay one more time.
Okay, is that better?
There we go. Yes. And we can hear you even if you stop being able to hear me.
All right, thanks so much. And sorry about that. I'm getting feedback as I speak, so I don't know if one of your mics is on or what's going on. We choose to make it hard to take the power supply out of this. We choose to make it hard for consumers to benefit from efficiency measures by charging 80% of our consumption costs, meaning our purchase of power from Bonneville into our base rate, making it possible for our customers to reduce that cost that they bear by taking efficiency measures. That's something that obviously we have talked about at the city level, and apparently with well with our bond rating, it seems absurd to me, and I think it is something that we need to address. I also agree with the idea that we should look at efficiencies and benefits at scale of cooperation between our community and the city of Port Angeles. I'm not sure how many other places you have a municipal electric utility surrounded by a public utility district the way that we do. I'm curious about the history of that and why it is the way it is. And you know, we do talk about regionalization. The city, we're regionalizing the JEFCOM, our 911 system, Clallam Transit. In our comprehensive plan, we'll have a policy proposal to consider regionalizing with Jefferson Transit. That's even 2 counties. So here we're only talking about the electrical utility distribution in 1 county. So I support the idea of looking at cooperation in that regard and what the cost benefits are of having 2 utilities. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindsay. All right, we have 10 minutes, and I think council will need a bit of a break before we start. So I'll leave it. I'm going to let staff, maybe Nathan and Sean, really quickly decide if we do number 4 or number 3, because I think we probably only have time for 1. Clearly, we just need another meeting, so we'll try to find a date for that. But
So commissioners and council, I think at this point, rather than try to fit in additional presentations, we know that a big part of this meeting tonight was the concept of discussing opportunities for economic development that we can work together on. And I think if commissioners and council members want to close with that discussion, I think that would be a great next step. And we did not advertise action for this meeting, so we would be looking for any necessary action at subsequent meetings.
thank you. So let's see if in 4 minutes, if anyone has anything they want to throw out about possible economic development options. Go ahead, Phyllis.
It seems to me that this is such a vital issue that the Clallam County PUD should host another meeting where we begin with this. It matters a lot.
Yeah. Anyone else want to add anything to this topic? Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I'll just emphasize some things that have already been said, and particularly in the presentations on the provider of choice contract that, on the alternative energy presentation that, the Clallam PUD is seriously pursuing, generation on the peninsula as part of our long-term strategic plan, partly to, mitigate this constant upward pressure on costs and to try to mitigate some of that pressure over the long term, but also to provide us some energy resilience and independence because we're basically at the end of a long extension cord plugged into BPA. And I think that I think what's important about that not only is the reliability of keeping the lights on, especially for our West End neighbors, but it has to do with economic development. I mean, it's just one more aspect of how challenged we are to achieve economic prosperity. And I'm not even talking about, significant increase in wealth, just widespread prosperity across all of the different communities and people that live on the county. And so I think, working hard to improve our electric infrastructure is a big part of that. And I think is key ultimately to, being able to attract some industry, some revenue generation where the dollars stay here or come back here instead of constantly leave. So I think whatever we can do to work together to achieve that goal would be really worthwhile for all of us.
Thank you, Ken. I would agree, and I think sometimes the thoughts are there, but then hearing them again in a presentation like this is useful when we think about the fact that, of course, not surprisingly, because it's hydropower, it all comes back to water, and we can see what's happening. I mean, I'm not sure everyone is aware, but for those who are following that, the states that rely on the Colorado are in a terrible state, right? No pun intended, but the modeling that's been used for the amount of water to generate the power clearly has not been accurate and has not played out. And so now there's this shortage of power. And I have concerns when you said 1937. I'm concerned that BPA's modeling is accurate out to 2044. And we don't need to get into that tonight, but I just thinking more about that and how we may be able to do some generation on the peninsula that doesn't rely on that, on the same, at least, water source that everyone else is relying on might be really beneficial. So with that, I don't want to have the last word. Oh, go ahead, Shailesh.
Madam Mayor, just one point of clarification. That 1937 was for the last contract. For the next one, we have changed it to 10 average years of P10 for the last 10 years.
Oh, good. Okay. So that's good. If you're super quick, because you need to wrap up.
Well, I guess my question is, helping to reduce costs, do we use joint purchasing power amongst the Collin County PUD and the city PUD when we're looking at purchasing supplies? I mean, is there like an interlocal agreement that, I mean, your purchasing power, if you're working jointly, kind of like that idea of all these other utilities collectively doing a purchasing in our local agreements so we can bring down the cost?
I don't think we have one in place now, but maybe that's a good agenda item for the next meeting. So we can take a quick break. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, commissioners, for joining us, and for your staff. We got a whole back row. I probably should have done introductions there too, but sounds like we have an interest in another meeting. So hopefully we'll see you all again sometime in the near future. And so we will be back to start our regular meeting probably just a couple minutes after 6 o'clock. Thank you. For those of you joining us, we just finished up an hour and a half meeting with the Clallam PUD. So we took a little bit of a break. Thank you for your patience. We are missing one council member, and as soon as she is back, we will get started. All right, we need to get started. So we aren't here all night. I'm not expecting to be either way, but she already pulled the sign-up sheet, I think. Yeah, thank you. Looks like maybe there's one. All right. Thank you all. We will get started now with the regular meeting of the Port Angeles City Council for Tuesday, June 3rd. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Dexter?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Present.
Councilmember Miller?
Here.
Councilmember Schroman Warren? I do see Councilmember Schroman Warren there. Councilmember Schwab?
Here.
Councilmember Suggs?
Here.
Manager West?
Present.
Assistant City Attorney Cogill?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take just a second. Lindsay, can you not hear us?
That's correct. I was not able to hear you. WebEx is not cooperating well. The chat is disabled by the host. It's making it very hard to troubleshoot problems. So I don't understand why WebEx is getting harder to use. Thank you.
Yep. All right. We'll see if we can figure that out while we're meeting. And we will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can please stand as you are able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have a proclamation this evening, and we have a guest joining us. So I am going to ask Bo Gibson if you would be willing to come down, and I will meet you in front. Bo has agreed to join us this evening from Port Angeles Pride. Thank you for being here. I'm going to read a proclamation in recognition of June 2025 as Pride Month. Whereas Pride Month is celebrated in the month of June to honor the courageous group of Americans who rose up in June 1969 to protest the violence and marginalization they faced in what became known as the Stonewall Uprising. Their courage sparked a civil rights movement for the liberation of the LGBTQIA+ community and changed our nation forever. Whereas the city of Port Angeles whereas the city of Port Angeles recognizes that one of its greatest strengths is the diversity of its people. The Port Angeles LGBTQIA+ community continues to make significant contributions to the fabric, stability, and well-being of our community. And whereas with the population of the city of Port Angeles at 20,000 people, many of our community members identify as LGBTQIA+. However, this group is often invisible as individuals may hide their sexual orientation or gender identity due to fear of discrimination or lack of safety. We must rise above as a community to show these individuals that they are not alone. Whereas Pride Month is an opportunity to celebrate the contributions that LGBTQIA+ people have made in Port Angeles, as well as acknowledge the challenges they still face with regard to visibility, acceptance, and inclusion. As a nation and a community, we must be guided by the set of principles that each citizen has equal rights to their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And whereas every year, the City of Port Angeles community joins members of the LGBTQIA+, their friends and family to celebrate diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and to unite as allies. Port Angeles Pride is a small, local, diverse group of LGBTQIA+ volunteers whose focus is supporting and promoting local events and celebrations of queer joy, resilience, and community on the Olympic Peninsula, which include the Pride on the Pier event on Sunday, June 22nd at City Pier from 1 to 5 with live music, food vendors, vendor booths, and Pride. Now, therefore, I, Kate Dexter, Mayor, the City of Port Angeles, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim June 2025 to be Pride Month in the City of Port Angeles. Pride Month is a time to affirm LGBTQIA+ people are welcome in Port Angeles, and the city supports their right to safety and freedom. We encourage residents and visitors to join in celebrating the spirit of this dedication of this vibrant and diverse community and to wave their flags of pride high. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to say anything?
I do.
Excellent.
I would like to thank you all as well. I do have a light speech, nothing that's going to hold you guys over. So, uno momento. Okay. Please and thank you. I didn't want to hold the paper, so this.
There we go. Okay.
Boom. Hello, everyone. Wrote that with an exclamation point, so I had to say it that way. But I am happy to accept this on behalf of the LGBT community here in Port Angeles, but not just from Port Angeles, from Cowler County and beyond. Upon me accepting this, there are some things I want to inform you about that are changes in this community, because as of 2025, thanks to the committed members of this community, we have officially established ourselves as a nonprofit. So this is our first year, and I am very happy about it because thank you to, in most part, to Navarre Carr, who got this started for us. We have for years in past have been like doing that out of our own pocket because we want people to feel included. We wanted people to feel invited, and we needed a space. So however we could do it, we just made it happen every year. Now that we are a nonprofit, we're able to, have more events, accept donations, and then we can make things, as I quote, bigger and better. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So, like I said, nonetheless, we strive for bigger and better every year. And throughout, we're looking to engage with everyone throughout the year, not just in June. So with that being said, on Sunday, June 22nd, from 1 to 5, we hope to see you guys out showing pride and showing your L word. And by L word, I mean love. So thank you all so much. Bye. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Bo, for joining us. And I look forward to seeing some of you down at the pier. All right. That brings us to late items. Are there any late items from council? Amy, go ahead.
I would like to add a late item to discuss the failed amendment on short-term lodging exemptions.
I know we've had this brought up before, so I was opposed to that initially, and upon learning more about how negatively that ordinance has impacted just the 6 licenses, I would be willing to put that on the agenda for a discussion to bring back at a future meeting. I had a conversation about it and reviewed the council rules of procedure, and it would need to be a motion on tonight's meeting for a future meeting. But that's just 2 of us, so in order to put it on, we would need 4.
I second it.
I move that we put it on our next regular council meeting as an agenda item.
Okay, it would be useful to put it on tonight to make the motion that gets us to make it easier at the next meeting. So
then I can let that die for a second and support putting it on as a discussion item, as a late item.
Okay. All right. That's 4 people. So I will put it under other considerations. 4. Okay. And then I have a late item which some of you, I hope, have seen in your email. And I believe the language is up here. I was reached, I had some outreach by a young man. Well, he's not really young, but a gentleman. Well, he's younger than me, so I'll say that. Who has started an organization called the Salmon Alliance, and the goal is really. Oh, I don't need to get into the weeds right now, but I would like to put on tonight's agenda, if I have consensus, consideration from council to allow me to sign the pledge that organization has created, and I'm wondering if we have a consensus for that. Okay, I see 4. I'll just put it under other considerations, and then we can talk more about it when we get there. I'm not asking for you to authorize it right now. I'm asking for a discussion about it. And then I just want to make a note for a future meeting because it's coming from me, and I don't usually just put things on the agenda, but I had a conversation last weekend while I was in Victoria with Mayor Alto about our respective councils mutually passing resolutions designating us as friendship cities, which is part of the Canadian Twin City program. And I think right now that would be a really meaningful thing for us to do. And I'm hoping that it would be all right with all of you to put that on, or at least there would be consensus to put that on the meeting, the June 17th meeting. Okay, we'll do that. Anything else from council? All right, staff, anything from you?
Mayor and Council, no late items this evening, but I will just note that items G1 and J2 were amended late on the agenda. So if you're using the digital version, make sure you've refreshed the packet. And we do have those available in hard copy if you need them.
All right, thank you. Okay, so that brings us to public comment with the addition of a couple of items related to just for people for public comment, for the first public comment period, a brief discussion of reconsideration of the failed amendment for short-term lodging and Friendship City and Salmon Alliance. I realize the public hasn't seen that piece yet, but we'll talk about it when we get there. So with that, I have one signed up public comment.
Clarification. Could you clarify
Yes.
which late items are going on this agenda and which late items are on future agendas?
Yes. So the, yes, thank you. That's an important clarification because I misspoke. The Salmon Alliance is on this one. And then a brief discussion with possible action on the short-term lodging amendment from the May 6th meeting, a reconsideration. Okay, so I will call on, I'm going to go to council chambers first, and then I have a couple hands online. So we'll start with James Taylor. And just a reminder for everyone, name, whether or not you're a resident, and then your 3 minutes. If you're in council chambers, the lectern keeps track, and I will keep track for folks online.
Hi, I'm James Taylor. I'm kind of disappointed you kicked the can on the short-term rental thing. This is real people suffering real economic hardship from council's actions. So it's kind of disappointed that I will do it in a couple of weeks. Well, if I'm making $50 a night for my little bedroom, you know, and you multiply that times 14, you know, you're costing them serious cash. $700, $1,000, you know, so I'm disappointed you kicked the can. So I'm looking at lodging taxes here, and I see we sent money to a company called Hubbub. So I hope that's the hub here in town, because otherwise they're not even recognizable as a company on the internet. So I hope that $9,000 went to a local business. Then I see we spent $38,000 to Lulish Design, and so Lulish isn't a local company. Is this possible? We just talked economic development just 20 minutes ago. You know, I saw that they made a really pretty picture. I hope you didn't pay $38,000 for that pretty picture, but you got more for it. And then why isn't this going to a local company? You know, why are we sending these monies out of town when we just talked about economic development, and economic development means spending our money locally. Then we turn around, we send 30,000 to Pacific Trails Coalition. I have no idea what that is. And then we send $68,000 to the Fine Arts Center. And so, you know, if Lewis was for the Fine Arts Center, it looks like it was, then that's $106,000. You know, I know there's worthy causes in this town, but it worries me that we look at we're the sugar daddy for everybody that needs a buck. You know, so, you know, and then I read that, you know, like to Lulish, there's $38,000 that we get our value for our dollars. So I just hope that our pencils are sharp and that we get people to provide the services we pay for. Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers? Yep. Okay.
Hi, John Rolston, City Port Angels resident. Didn't have any prepared remarks. I'm happy that this item on STRs on these people that thought that they were complying with the requirements, you're bringing it for consideration. They should be grandfathered in. If I had a building downtown and I'm operating in it, I don't think the city's and the occupancy has been the same for many years. If I was going to build a new building, if the OWA are going to build a hotel down there, you're going to have to sprinkler it. But if I got an existing hotel and it's not sprinklered and the rules change, that older hotel is still grandfathered in. This STRs, you gave them permission, I believe, and what you're asking them to do is a hardship, I believe. I think it's important to support local businesses and let these people earn money. And as a result of that, some of those taxes are a benefit to the city. I certainly hope that you also ask the STR community to come in and comment earlier than waiting. I believe you were going to postpone this until sometime in November. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anyone else in council chambers on the first items on tonight's agenda? Okay, we'll go online. Let me get my timer ready. First is LC. When you're unmuted, we'll make sure we can hear you, and then I'll start my timer.
Yeah, this is Laurel Kripe from the city of Port Angeles.
Excellent. I can hear you, so go ahead, Laurel.
Yes, I want to speak to the real costs to the people of Port Angeles in short-term rentals. So that's the item that was just put on the late agenda. Type 1 short-term rentals are the rental of a room in a home where the host is personally present in the dwelling unit during the rental period. This type of rental is what Airbnb began as, a way for people to offset their housing costs by renting a bedroom to a short-term guest. The affected units from this clarification code are all detached buildings. They lacked either a kitchen or bathroom and did not meet the definition of a dwelling unit in the March 2024 code. Both type 1s and type 2s have to be dwelling units. The existing 2024 code required type 1s to be in separate living quarters for the exclusive use of a single household. The detached rooms were not part of the owner's dwellings and were not dwelling units themselves. They never should have been given type 1 licenses. And none of these also were in a zone that was legal in 2017. So any pre-existing the 2024 code, which I believe are all of them, were illegal then. They should not have been given type 1 codes. I want to ask you, if you had a duplex and then you had one of these detached satellite bedrooms on the lot, tell me which part of the separate living quarters for the exclusive use of a single household that detached building would have been part of. It's not part of either one, and it's not part of the building that was on the property. It appears to me that city staff has bent over backwards to extend deadlines and licensing priority to rectify these licenses which were given in error. I see in the sheet this week that 2 that were in the paper have already received type 2 licenses. So I would submit that these owners only applied for type 1 licenses in the first place to reduce their license fees because they didn't want to pay the higher type 2 licenses and to evade any chance of not getting a license in a lottery. So I think these are the same owners that were illegal in 2017, were given licenses in error, and now they're complaining again. And the real cost is to housing in the U.S. in the city. And those people who lost their rental housing and have had to leave the community are not here in the meeting to speak up for themselves. So dollars and cents are to the community, not to these owners who were illegal in 2017, were given error licenses they shouldn't have been given, and can apply for type 2.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Susie. Let me reset my clock while we make sure that we can hear you.
Hello, Susie Blake, Port Angeles resident.
Hi, Susie. Go ahead.
Thank you. Regarding the municipal code revisioning that's on the agenda, the chapter, I believe it's 2.76, section 0.30, recovery of losses. It states legal action regarding losses in excess of $25,000 shall be initiated with authorization of the city council, and this is referencing property damage. I would assume, since the city recently had to allocate over half of its annual budget to repair vandalism towards the oil spill caused by thieves, that this would be pursued to the fullest extent. But you know what they say about assuming things. So for the record, I just want to say, I hope and ask that as the police department pursues these crimes, and I know they work hard as they can on all of them, but I hope the council will take the responsibility of initiating legal action for recovery, and whatever that means, whatever extent possible, of these very costly damages, because that oil spill was just a small portion of it. And I think you guys know that, even though it's not talked about publicly and it doesn't make the news, that there was a lot of other damage, very expensive damage that occurred with that event. And it happens pretty frequently with damage to electrical outlets related to wire theft. So just asking you to pay attention to that section of the revisioning and your responsibility to initiate legal action to recover property damages in those situations. And hopefully I'll make it down there in time for the next comment period. Thanks for your time. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks, Susie. We don't have any other hands online. Anyone else wish to speak at the first public comment period? Okay. Then we will move on the agenda. We have over 1 minute. Maybe we just pause for a moment. We have a public hearing, which is supposed to start at 6:30. So I think we're close enough to 6:30. Does anyone feel that that's not true? I'm not. I think we're close enough to 6:30 to just go to the next item on the agenda. We can do consent real quick. Sorry. All right. I'm skipping ahead. I mean to skip E. Consent agenda. Anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? All right. Anything anyone would like to add to the consent agenda? Drew, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and add J1, contract 2022-13 WWTP diesel USD removal and tank installation.
Any opposition to that? None? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I see you're still unmuted, so there must be more.
Yes. J2, the amended memo for the L Street pavement repairs, contract 2025-24.
Okay. Any opposition to that? None? Okay.
And then G1, the amended memo and materials for the municipal code re-envisioning Title II, conducting the second reading and adopting the ordinance.
Any opposition to that? I get a thumbs up from Lindsay. Okay, then we'll add that as well. Okay, I'll go ahead and.
I apologize, I missed one, sorry. And I, to the Teamsters Local 589 Sworn Officers Unit Collective Bargaining Agreement, approve and authorize.
Any opposition to adding the Teamsters contract? Okay, then we'll add that as well. Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and read the consent agenda. The City Council minutes of May 6th, 2025. Expenditure report from May 10th, 2025 to May 23, 2025 in the amount of $1,685,227.48. Material purchase electric meters. The amended, as presented in the amended memo, the Port Angeles Municipal Code re-envisioning Title II. This includes conducting the second reading and adopting the ordinance. Teamsters Local 589 Sworn Officers Unit Collective Bargaining Agreement. Contract 2022-13 WWTP Diesel UST Removal and Tank Installation. And the amended L Street Pavement Repair Contract 2025-24. Any comments, questions, or a motion to approve?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and I have a question from Navarra.
I wanted to make reference as a point of information to council members regarding the public comment about the different expense items. They were all LTAC related, and Lulish is our destination marketing. They apply as a contract each year. They have to apply and are approved, and then they're approved by council. Just like all of the other items that were mentioned, they were approved either in the fall or this last spring, and all of those had a recommendation from LTAC to the city council that we all approved.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Anyone opposed to the motion? Oh wait, let's do, well, we can see Lindsay, so we can still do unanimous consent. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And we'll now go to item F1, that is the 2026-2031 Capital Facilities Plan and Transportation Improvement Plan. And I'm going to go to Serena for some presentation, I think. I mean, I know there will be a presentation. I'm just going to go to Serena first.
Correct. Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. We do have a brief presentation prepared for you. This is a much condensed version of what we saw in the work session for the benefit of anyone who was unable to attend. And so we'll go ahead and just get started with that. And we'll just be doing a very high-level overview of our capital facilities plan process, our completed projects, funding sources, expenses, and some of our new projects that we've included within the plan. And so as we look at our capital facilities plan process, it's a critical and very important step each year that the city undertakes. It helps us plan for our capital infrastructure to ensure that we're providing public facilities that serve existing and new development, while also reducing the cost of serving development and ensuring that those facilities are in place for future development once it occurs. It also helps us to utilize our limited resources efficiently by coordinating and prioritizing projects to identify funding options and complete those needed projects in a timely manner. And so our capital facility planning process is pretty lengthy. It's about a 6-month process. We start at the beginning of the year in January. We go through each project and provide any updates. That includes our departmental review, our director prioritization, city manager review. The finance department prepares all the cash analysis and all of our funding options, as well as the document that's presented. And then as we move into May, we start to go through some input and review from City Council, the UAC, and citizens through work sessions and mini meetings. And then that leads us to where we are tonight. So as we start into June, we look at our first public hearing and reading of the resolution for consideration of adoption of that plan. It's important that we meet this timeline because our transportation improvement plan portion of this must be approved by the 1st of the month of July so that we can be eligible for some of those grants that are included in our plan. And And so our CFP each year is built with the directives that were established by City Council in our 2018 to 2023 CFP process. And so those include that we will have little to no rate impact, that we set aside cash that's equal to the prior year's depreciation. And we'll be going over those in just a minute and then some other slides, that we leverage projects whenever possible, that our plan does not include any new debt. And it's important to note that this plan does not take that into consideration. So there is no new debt within here. That we focus on preventable maintenance to increase our asset life, and that we include our Complete Streets initiative that was adopted in December of 2018. And so every year, as we're looking at our CFP, we have a number of considerations that go into the plan. Over the last couple of years, there's been a couple of themes, and the first being the rising cost of inflation that's really significantly impacted affordability of all projects, not just in utilities, but I would say in every area of the plan. So we've taken that into consideration in every area as needed, and that's included in some of those increased project costs. And this is really important because if those project costs increase past what we've included in our plan, and we do think that we've done a lot of due diligence to ensure that what we have included is feasible, that might impact the ability to deliver some of those essential services to our community. So we might be looking at some project delays. The plan is evolving and changing, and so that's important for us to keep in mind. We've also taken a look at our grant funding pretty carefully, just in light of some of the changes that have been occurring in the last few months, to ensure that whatever grant funding that has been included in the plan, that we do expect to receive, so that we're not planning on funding for projects to move forward that won't come to fruition. And so while funding is a crucial and very important part of our plan, just as important is that we have the staffing capacity and the adequate needs in order to move our capital project forward. So that's very essential to the completion of the plan. And our CFP is very ambitious. We have a number of projects, particularly planned in the next couple of years, because we have taken to heart the strategic focus area of the city's strategic plan that was just adopted by City Council that includes infrastructure, maintenance, and connectivity. And so we've taken a number of steps, and the council has taken a lot of action to move this forward and to provide more capacity to move these capital projects forward, which does include permanent and temporary grant funded positions for project managers, engineers, and capacity in a number of our utility areas. However, it's important to note that we must also maintain that staffing in order for those projects to move forward without delay. And so one of the ways that we can demonstrate this nicely is within our plan. For every project that's included, there is a section that includes the total estimated personnel hours needed to complete each one of those projects. And those are summarized by each section and summarized here on the slide in total for the entire plan. So what we've included in tan are the estimated personnel hours needed to complete the plan. In the light blue, those are the current staffing hours that we have in our budget that are dedicated to capital needs. And so what we've done is we've included in each year what would be needed in order to move the plan forward from a staffing capacity perspective. And on average for the 2026 to 2031 cycle, we're looking at about a 1.5 additional staffing capacity need. In some years, such as in 2026, when we reach our peak at 14, we would need more staff members, and that's sometimes attributed to some large projects that we have, such as the light operations building or the joint public safety facility. But on average, we are looking at 1.5 additional FTEs. How that compares to our prior year, just so that we can see that we have come a long way, and there is still some work to do, but we've come a long way from where we were last year. We had a need of about 5.3, so we are moving in the right direction. And so there are a number of items to celebrate within our CFP, but we'll just briefly highlight our completed projects from 2024. We had a total of 42 completed projects that amounted to $20.2 million, and it was about a $4.5 million savings. And we had complete projects in a number of areas within the plan. Almost every section had at least one complete project. So in our governmental area for public safety, parks, and our general government, we had 8 complete projects in public safety and 6 in our parks and governmental. In transportation, we completed 9 total projects, and in IT, we completed 3. And just for the sake of time, the projects are complete are on the slides, but we won't go over each one in depth. In our electric utility, we completed 6 total projects, and in water, we completed 3 projects. And then finally, in our wastewater utility, we completed a total of 5 projects. And so just briefly, just a high-level overview of the funding sources and expenses that are included in our capital facilities plan. In the next 7 years, so we're counting our current budget year of 2025 and then a 6-year projection out, we have a total funding requirement of $172.9 million. We have $35.4 million coming from our utility rates, $75.6 million in grant funding, and of that about $59.2 million is coming from or going toward transportation projects. We also have about $11.9 million in TBD tax, as well as about $11.2 million that is coming from the general fund. We also are expecting from our real estate excise tax to use about $4.1 million in the next 7 years. And we're planning a $13.1 million use of excess reserves that are coming from rate stabilization or from savings in various utility funds. We'll go over those in a little bit more detail in just a minute. And then finally, on our funding sources, we do actively look at other sources. And so we're including about $1.1 million from our new improvements for community enhancements. These are funds that are set aside for certain uses or NICE funds. And we also look at things like donations, insurance reimbursement, investment interest, and potential like settlement funds that can be used towards projects as well. And so this next slide just sort of lays out nicely the types of funding sources that are utilized the most within the plan. So in light blue, we have our grant funding, and you can see in the next 3 years that we are heavily reliant on that grant funding. And in the tan color at the very bottom, we have our utility funding. So in total, 43.7% of all the funding within our plan comes from grants, and 20.5% of that funding comes from our utility rates. About 7% from our transportation benefit district tax dollars, and about 6.5% comes from the general fund. And then just want to take a minute to kind of break down that grant funding because it does make up such a large portion of our capital facilities plan at $75.6 million in the next, again, that 7-year period. We have about $10 million that's going to go toward our utility projects, and about 75.3% of all of the grant funding in the plan is held for transportation projects. And we have about 12.5% for utilities combined and 12% for our general government purposes. And so as we're looking at those funding sources, and we mentioned those utility rates, it's always important to understand better what the impact of the utility rates are. Those council directives include little to no rate impact. And so we have, in all areas, taken a very close look at this and determined what that need is and tried to keep that as low as possible. In our electric utility, we are planning a $4 million transfer from excess operating reserves that resulted from savings over the last several years. And that is being held for the light operations building specifically for that project. We are also planning a 5% increase to rates for those capital needs starting in 2026. And so that will be the only year for that increase. And then that amount that we transfer, that's a flat amount for the utility rates, will remain the same as planned in this current cycle. Looking at our water utility, we have $3.5 million from rate stabilization reserves planned to help offset the increase to any rates. Of that amount, we also have $1.3 million that will be going towards our industrial facility projects in 2025 and 26. And those are reserves that are held from National Park Settlement reserves that are to be used for capital needs or for rate stabilization specifically. And then additionally, in the water utility, we have a 2% increase to utility rates that will occur in 27, 2029, and 2031. And those align with our cost of service analysis. And again, these are for the capital needs only. As we conduct the full COSA, we'll know better what those utility rates look like, and they might vary slightly depending on what the needs are for the entire utility. So looking at our wastewater utility, we again have a 2% increase similar to water to the utility rates to align with that cost of service analysis starting in 2027, again in 29, and in 2031. We've also utilized debt maturity in this area to offset rate increases. So as the debt falls off, we're utilizing funding that typically would have gone toward those payments to pay for our capital projects and reduce the need from rates. And then in our stormwater fund, we are looking at a 3.5% increase to utility rates in 2027, and then a 1% increase in 2031. And in all areas, we've really tried to keep those rate transfers as close as possible to the current CFP that's currently adopted, but there were some areas where we did need to increase because of the cost of inflation. And so looking at our spending, our total 7-year spending cost estimate is about $203 million. It's important as we look at the slide to note that the revenue and the spending does not always match year to year. And that's because of how we transfer for our utility rates. And so we flatten that out across the 7-year cycle in order to keep those utility rates stable so that we don't see large increases in years where we have large projects and then see them drop. So what we've done is we've averaged that out and kept that constant. And what happens is each year is we transfer that into a reserve that is where we hold that funding until we're ready for those projects to move forward, and then they're pulled. And so it's just important as you're looking at that's the cause of that. And so as we're looking at our spending by type and year, so we have each of our funds highlighted in a different color here. And really what we're demonstrating are years where large projects occur. And you're particularly seeing that in the first 3 years of the CFP, with a number of projects occurring in our transportation fund in 25, 26, and 27. That's the larger light blue color there. We also have a number of general government projects moving forward, water and wastewater projects. There are probably too many projects to count or go over here, so just for the sake of time, we'll go ahead and skip over them, but they are all included in our plan and demonstrated in each area of those, in each section of the plan as well. And so as we look at our cash balances, so in dark blue, we have our 2025 beginning cash balance, and in 2031, we have that light blue color. And what we're demonstrating here is what I just mentioned. So as we're transferring funds for projects, we'll see a higher beginning cash balance early in the plan, and then we're utilizing that for large projects. And so you'll see those cash balances start to fall as we're moving our projects forward. With the exception of equipment services, and that's because we are building that cash balance up in the plan. So similar to the use of, as we build that up and then we use it, we also have years where we're just building and we're waiting for something to occur because we know it's within our plan. And the equipment services, we do have a number of large vehicles planned after 2031. So we're already planning for those and we're transferring cash to keep that in line and make sure that those are available. So our cash ratios, so this is our cash to depreciation ratios. And so in accordance with our council directives, that should be a 1-to-1 ratio. So as you're looking at the slide, what we're looking for is the number on the top to be 1 or above to meet that threshold. And in all areas except for governmental, we really are meeting that need. So in our IT, wastewater, and water divisions, we are slightly below that because we have some large projects that were toward the end of the CFP cycle. We are expecting those to build back up. What we are seeing is that they are building back up, and so we are not concerned about that. I do want to highlight for Medic 1 that includes operating cash as well as capital. It is one of the few areas within our budget that we capitalize within our operating area instead of in a separate account. And so what you're seeing is that high amount because of that. And then in transportation, we are planning for the transportation benefit tax collection to continue through the CFP cycle. So for that to be renewed in 2028. And that's why we've been able to kind of build that up year over year. And then finally, as we're looking at that governmental area that kind of falls short of that threshold, it's important to note that those are funds that are largely from REIT or general fund. They're pretty competitive. And REIT funds can't be held in a different area for building up a reserve, for example. They have to be used towards capital projects. And so what we're doing is we're utilizing those funds to the fullest. All right, so just briefly going over a number of our new projects and then highlighting our unfunded projects. We have quite a few new projects within our next 7-year plan. So we have 29 projects that are new. They total about $9.6 million, and you're seeing at least one new project in each section of the plan. And we did highlight what those new projects were in the work session. We are not going to do that tonight just for the sake of time, but just important to note that we are looking at new needs as well as the needs that were currently in the plan. We also consider every year our unfunded projects. So we have 112 unfunded projects. They total $163.4 million. And typically unfunded projects are very large scale, they're very costly, but they are included in the capital plan to demonstrate the full need for each fund. And that's important because it allows us to look for other funding sources, such as grants that we wouldn't be able to do so without having them in the plan. It also is important to note that it doesn't necessarily reduce the significance of these projects. It's still a need, and it's still important for us to understand what that need is. We do review these unfunded projects every year as part of CFP, and there are years where we pull them into a funded category because it's time for us to move them forward. And so it's important to note that we did do that this year for a number of projects, roughly 20. As I mentioned, we do have a very ambitious CFP plan ahead of us. In 2025, we have 113 projects planned, totaling $42.1 million. And in 2026, we have 97 projects planned, totaling $59.4 million. So busy year ahead of us, number of projects moving forward. And then just wrapping up, it is always important to consider that our CFP and our TIP are constantly changing. They're growing to meet the needs of our community. Our plan is very diverse and very sustainable. We have taken into consideration, whenever possible, any rate increases or burden to other funds, and we've ensured that the plan as we presented it is realistic. And we've done so by using the guidance from City Council to keep the plan on course without overcommitting any of our resources and ensuring that we can develop that new infrastructure and maintain our existing infrastructure for our community. And then finally, we are kind of toward the end of our CFP process. And so our next steps after tonight would include the continuation of the public hearing on June 17th and the second reading of the resolution. We'd be looking for adoption at that time as well to meet that requirement for the state. And so this evening, what we are looking for is the opening of the public hearing, the continuation of that public hearing to the June 17th meeting, the first reading of the resolution, and then of course, there'd be any time for any questions or discussion from council. And with that, I turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Serena. All right, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. I'll just use my gavel because it's fun and we don't have it very often. So the public hearing is open. We don't have a sign up for this. So if you wish to speak, I have one hand online. Anyone will start again in council chambers and then go online. And this is the public hearing only about capital facilities plan. So if there's anyone in council chambers who wishes to speak. Okay, let me get my timer ready. Susie, I will be ready to time you in just a moment. If we can unmute Susie Blake. Susie, as soon as we can hear you, I'm ready for you to get started, but we'll make sure we can hear you first.
Susie Blake,
Great.
Los Angeles resident. Hello.
Yes.
Regarding unfunded projects, I'm glad to see that there's some movement forward actually happening on the Laurel Street stairs. The Oak Street zigzag ramp is in horrible condition, and the undersides of it are frequently used as a narcotics use spot. Pieces are pulled off of it frequently for people to use to make their drug use spots under the ramp. It's not safe for them. It's not safe for first responders to have to crawl under there when they overdose. It's overgrown with vines and stuff. And I know there's not money to repair it, but basic maintenance seems to be neglected every year until enough people complain a lot. And you're investing a huge amount of money in some public housing, literally just to top of that ramp, that a lot of those people who are going to live in that public housing that you've invested a lot of money in are going to have special needs and need that ramp to be more functional. Right now, all it is a pipeline from the neighborhood upstairs to go pick up your drug paraphernalia at the health department down behind Country Air. So maybe if we can't get it on capital facilities funded, we could at least think about doing basic maintenance instead of just ignoring things until they fall apart. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Susie. All right, anyone else wish to speak at the public hearing? I don't have any more hands online, so I will continue the public hearing until the June 17th meeting, and I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution and then open it up for council questions. A resolution of the City Council of Port Angeles, Washington, adopting the city's capital facilities plan for 2026 to 2031, which includes the city's transportation improvement program for the years 2026 to 2031. Are there any comments or questions from council? We did have a work session on this, so I think a lot of questions were answered then. We will move on, and we will come back to this item again on June 17th for the continuation of the public hearing, the second reading, and the adoption. And it hasn't been quite an hour, but it seems like a good time to just take a quick break and then come back and pick up with the general business license update. So we'll be back in 5.
If we change the camera, we don't see the podium.
Sorry, Lindsay, can you say that again?
It just fixed. Thanks.
Great, thank you. All right. Sorry for the delay. Oh, we're still missing one. Hey, Abby, would you be willing to let Drew know where? Never mind, he saw us.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. We will go ahead and get started. And I'm going to go to, let me get my brain back in order, to Calvin Goings for a presentation on the, an update on business license.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight's presentation is a very brief update on the city's general business licensing program. Hard copies of this presentation are available at the council dais and on the chair in the back for members of the audience. This should be about 8 or 9 minutes, and so hopefully it'll be quick. And if there are any questions early on, if you might consider holding them to the end, because they'll likely be answered on a later slide. All right, so let's start with a quick review of the history and background on this topic. This next slide should look very familiar to council members. These are the priorities in order by topic that council endorsed as part of the code re-envisioning work with Madrona. You'll see that highlighted is the updating of business license provisions and or transitioning to a general business license approach. That has been a priority for the council for several years. As you may recall, the city previously managed a variety of different business licenses, specialty business licenses rather, all with their own unique forms and procedures and fees. 15 of those licenses were administered by the city clerk and 1 license was administered by the CED department. These specialty licenses ranged from adult entertainment to junk dealers and horse taxis and everything in between, some of my favorites. And moving on to the next slide, the Washington State Department of Revenue's Business Licensing Services, as we all learned last fall, is a state program offering local control and streamlined services as well as cost savings. Business Licensing Services, or BLS, processes applications and renewals each year, serving over 200 jurisdictions in the state, including SQUIM and the city of Port Townsend. And BLS is a one-stop shop. They collect and distribute the fees, offer reporting to support compliance, and handle all customer service inquiries. So, council identified business licensing as a top priority. The city had been studying this issue for years. Council also identified new revenues to offset the growing costs of city services. Council also approved the FCS COSA base rate for city services of $95.10. And as you may recall, city license rates varied from $25 all the way up to $450 a year. Council also stated that any new investments in community would need to be directly aligned with the adopted strategic plan and that a business data firewall needed to be ensured with DOR BLS. So a timeline down memory lane. On September 17th, council held a work session on this topic. Then on October 1st, the council approved a contract with DOR's BLS. Then on November 6th, you adopted Ordinance 3737 implementing a general business license. And 2 weeks from today, on June 17th, the new business licensing process will take effect in the city of Port Angeles in partnership with BLS. So council, you may recall that as part of your adoption of Ordinance 3737, your motion specifically specified 2 phases of funding made available through new possible revenues through this effort. Funding of phase 1 was to be dedicated to stable funding support for the downtown resource officer position and converting the 2 half-time code enforcement officers into a single full-time position. Staff is happy to report tonight that this phase has already been implemented and is underway. Phase 2 would only occur if funding levels support additional investments. The following would be considered at a later date: a new half-time public records assistant to support enhanced transparency, a new half-time business district and neighborhoods advocate to foster greater civic engagement and economic development efforts, and a new half-time citywide homelessness navigator to better connect support and services. Next, I want to briefly cover some frequently asked questions that may come up as BLS launches this program in the next 2 weeks. So question number one, what is a city endorsement and who needs one? A city endorsement is required for businesses operating in cities that have partnered with BLS. It serves as the city business license in those jurisdictions. It's issued as an endorsement attached to your state business license. Those wishing to conduct business in multiple cities may obtain multiple endorsements through BLS, and anyone conducting business in Port Angeles is required to obtain one. So starting on June 17th, any new business must apply for both a Washington State business license and Port Angeles city endorsement. This can be done simultaneously through BLS. If you already have a Washington State business license and need to add your city endorsement, you can do that online at the time of your renewal. No early action is needed until your renewal. Number two, do I need a Washington State business license in order to obtain a Port Angeles city endorsement? Yes. The Department of Revenue issues a Uniform Business Identification, UBI number, as part of the state business license. The UBI registers a business entity for state tax purposes and is mandatory prior to obtaining a city endorsement on your state business license. Only a city endorsement on a state business license allows a business to do business in Port Angeles after this 17th of June. Number three, when and how do I apply for a business license in the city of Port Angeles? Again, starting on the 17th, any new business must apply for both a state business license and city endorsement simultaneously. And if you already have a Washington State business license and need to add a city endorsement, you can do that online at the time of renewal. No early action is needed. Number four, how much will a city endorsement business license cost? Council will recall that these fees and rates were set in your November adoption of Ordinance 3737. The annual fee is based on gross revenues. Fee exemptions include nonprofit 501c3 organizations and businesses with an annual gross revenue of less than $25,000. Number five, are there exemptions from the business license and city endorsement requirement? Yes. Short-term lodging businesses licensing is not affected by this new program. Owners and operators of STL properties and the platforms that promote them must continue to comply with the existing licensing and regulatory requirements of PAMC 1723 and 1724. Additionally, small-scale activities such as a casual garage sale and lemonade stand are exempt from city business licensing requirements. Number six, does my fee-exempt organization need to obtain a Port Angeles city endorsement? Entities doing business in city limits, such as nonprofits, are required to obtain a Port Angeles city endorsement on their business license. BLS will apply the fee exemption threshold based on the information they provide during their application process. Number seven, how do I update my business information? Updates such as the business name or mailing address should be reported to BLS online or sent by mail using the business information change form. Number eight, what if I sell my business? The city endorsement on your state business license is unique and non-transferable. The new owner must apply for a new Washington State business license and city endorsement. Number nine, I have obtained a specialty business license from the city in the past. What do I do with my horse buggy taxi service? Ordinance 3737 implemented a general city business license program. As a result, businesses in Port Angeles no longer are required to hold their specialty business license. Instead, business operating within the city limits are required to have a city endorsement through BLS. Number 10, when and how do I renew my state business license? State business licenses with city endorsements must be renewed annually. An expiration date can be found in the upper right corner of your license. Renewals are due before the expiration date. State business licenses can be renewed online or by mail. Please contact BLS by phone to have a paper copy of your renewal form with the itemized fees on your account mailed to the mailing address on file if you prefer snail mail. Number 11, how will my proprietary business data be protected? Applications and business data are submitted directly to the Washington State Department of Revenue. No physical copies or forms of data will be held by the city of Port Angeles, and only select city staff who have signed confidentiality agreements with DOR will be granted access to view the applications through the secure DOR portal. Number 12, how can I find out if a business has a valid business license? You can visit the DOR website to look up any business. And finally, number 13, I need help applying for the Washington State business license or city endorsement. Who can I talk to? Please contact BLS directly at the number on your screen. And of course, city staff is always here to help. Thank you. That's the brief update on city business licensing.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? And we'll go to Drew.
I just have two really quick ones, and I know it was literally in here 3 times, but I just want to confirm one last time. There are no prorated rates for this year. If you have a current license, you do not need to do anything until your next renewal date.
Councilmember, that is correct.
Okay. originally was going to be prorated. That's why I just wanted to one last time confirm. Did BLS by any chance indicate if the little thing pops up to tell you don't forget your city endorsement, or do you have to search for that specifically?
It's my understanding there'll be a pop-up, but we can confirm that with BLS.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that businesses want to be caught off guard for not getting one because we haven't been used to looking for getting one. Those are my only questions.
All right, Lindsay?
Yeah. Lindsay, I just want to ask, what if they are able to require people to get licenses based on their business? It looks like you're having trouble hearing me. I'm hearing myself.
Lindsay, there's a lot of background noise, so it's hard to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's an echo.
Try now after there hasn't been, I'm going to say this and then pause a minute.
Okay, how's that?
Go.
Thanks. Okay, is that actually better? Okay. By what authority are we issuing building or licenses? Why can't people just do this without something?
It's weird because it sounds like me talking, but I'm not talking.
I think you said something about why are we doing this and can they do it without the city doing it? Right? Is that what you said, Lindsay?
No, like why does somebody need a license from the city? Why can't they just run their business like it's a free country already, right?
Yes, except we passed a business license ordinance. That's why we're.
Right. We could also pass an ordinance saying, no, you're not allowed to own dogs in the city, right? But like, so by what authority can we require people to get licenses? Like, don't they have the right to operate a business without the city giving them permission through a license?
Does anyone on staff want to answer that?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I can't speak to the broader legal issues. I'll give time for Assistant City Attorney Cogill to formulate that answer. But as far as staff perspective, this was an item on your long-range plan. It was part of your Madrona code re-envisioning process. Last summer, council asked staff to bring this issue to the council, which resulted in the September work session, which then led in November, and I believe the 6-1 vote by council approving it. As far as the ability to implement a business license, that is found in state law. And many other jurisdictions, approximately 200 other jurisdictions in the state, including the city of Sequim and Port Townsend, have implemented a similar program.
Thank you. Do you want to take a stab, Chris?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, take a stab maybe a bit more than I'm prepared at this point. Obviously, I cannot quote chapter and verse right at this moment, and I apologize because I was not the attorney who was here, as you discussed earlier last year. So, no, I can't give you case law and RCW off the top of my head, which I'm prepared to do if that's what the rest of council would, or if that's what council, would like to see. Suffice it to say that, the ability to license businesses within a city entity is a pretty long established right that cities have as part of their policing powers. So that's the general 10,000 foot answer I can give at this time. I can be prepared to. Bill Bloor, when he's returned, whoever's here at the next meeting or whatever meeting you'd like to hear it, we can prepare a more detailed response.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it sounds like we also have the authority to modify the terms of those licenses. That's what both answers just communicated. Is that true?
Can you repeat your question, Lindsay?
That we also have the authority to modify the terms under which those licenses are granted.
And I assume that question was for me, and again, in the standard lawyer answer, generally yes, that the city does have the right to carve out whichever, I mean, within reason, of course, that I'm sure you are very well aware of as constitutional rights. But yes, the city does have the right to set its own scheme or system, if that's your question.
Yeah, and I apologize for asking questions that may appear like I know the answer to. I just want to make sure that the rest of council gets advice from its attorney and not me pretending to give legal advice as even the city attorney. And so do people have vested property rights in their previous license terms if the city were to modify those?
Vested interest rights in a business license, not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Amy, go ahead.
Thanks. I don't think I'll need an attorney for this one. Phase 1 is underway. That's fantastic. Do we, again, I do know it's a public meeting, but I won't hold you to it. We have an idea on the timeline for phase 2.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, very excited. I'm sure as the chief has shared or will share, the new full-time code enforcement officer is on duty and in his field training exercise, which is wonderful. Council, I think, was very purposeful in asking us to do this in 2 phases to see what there's an assumed level of revenue from business licenses, but council wanted, I think, to see that firsthand. And so we'll work very closely with the Department of Revenue and Finance to monitor as businesses, because we aren't doing the prorating. So we are going to miss some folks who, if you renewed before June 17th, we won't catch you, so to speak, with the new rates until next year. So I think we'll know more in the fall as part of the city's council's budget review process.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Then we will move on to the presentation on the, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Calvin. To the presentation by Parks and Rec. I think this is going to be the Tim and Corey show, or at least the Tim show. On the Edishook boat launch, an update on that.
Madam Mayor, Council, good evening tonight. After hearing some public comment at the last City Council meeting and some discussion at the last work session, we felt it was good timing to update the Council on the status of the Edishook boat launch. So tonight we want to talk about history of the floats, current situation, next steps. I also have my partner in crime, Tim Tucker, helping out with the presentation this evening. The first thing I wanted to do is thank the Port Angeles Salmon Club for their partnership. They have been instrumental in providing the city historic information throughout this process. And most of all, I want to thank them for hosting the Kids Salmon Derby all those years, which allowed me to catch my first fish, which was a 45-pound lingcod. So I just had to throw that in there. How my uncle was able to grab me and the reel without me falling in the water, I have no idea, because I'm pretty sure that fish was weighed more than I did at the time. So the Salmon Club maintained the Edishook boat launch back in 1940. It says 1970 on the slide, but that's my apology for that. We just found some additional documentation not that long ago. And at the time, it was actually just a sand launch as well. As you can see, this photo was taken in the 70s, and there's only one single string of ramps, and there's actually no pilings as well. Then the port took over the floats in 1990, and because of maintenance improvement costs, the port wanted to charge for the use of the floats, but public pushback came, and they did not. So they were stuck with the cost that they couldn't maintain the floats. As you can see, in this slide, the port came in and actually poured the concrete, ran up, added the pilings, and established the 2 strings of the floats. Then a few years later, the city took over the floats. The only major improvement the city did is we received an RCO grant to replace the piles, and those are the ones that are currently there. Shortly after that project, the city started charging for the use of the launch. We offered a day pass and a yearly annual pass, but we stopped charging folks last year after having to remove the majority of the floats. So in 2022, I was curious how much we were spending on the floats. So I ran a maintenance report as far back as I could, and that was 2004. Again, we didn't charge until 2007, so there were 3 years that didn't have revenues tied to the expenditures. As you see during that time frame, expenditures were $330,000 versus $121,000 in revenue. Also, this revenue goes directly back into the general fund and does not get set aside to cover maintenance costs or future improvements. We also tried to replace 3 sections a year, which is around $15,000. And now, because of the new standards, parts are no longer available for this type of a float system. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Manager Tucker to talk about next current situation and next steps.
Thank you, Director Delicott. City Council, it is a pleasure to be up here and talking about this subject with you. It has consumed me since the winter storm. I think a few things before going through the bullet points. One, there's a bird that is trapped in that lobby, and I feel so bad for it. But I see you guys keep looking over there, so I want to acknowledge your pain. So I think one thing that's important is that 1990, when the port actually did those 2 strings for the floats, those are the same floats that we have, or what remain of them today. And we really have every single year since we took over, we were rebuilding 1 to 2 floats every single year. So that configuration, that setup has not, changed in a few decades. And the standards and the laws have definitely changed. The other thing that's really important, and Corey, I'm not sure if the slide, can you go back to the slide that was before this one? Yeah, so when you look at that, I know it's kind of hard to see in there, but when you've got obviously the log boom, but as you travel down the spit, kind of like in the corner of that log boom, you can see where the floats come out. But you also have the pilot station that's to the east of that. And there's a log boom that goes along from the shoreline all the way out along the pilot station. And then to the left of that, or to the west, there was an 80-foot seawall that also kind of made up a parking lot. Those are 2 things that have drastically changed in the time that in 1990. And now you can go back to that page, the original page there. Thanks. And I bring that up because so in 2022, the Navy started a project to build a dock out there at Edie's Hook. And as part of that building project, they had to do a mitigation plan. And the mitigation plan was to remove 80 feet of seawall that we had that protected the docks from westerlies. And not long after that project was done in 2024, we had the big king tide and a winter storm, and disaster befell us. And the other piece, as I've gone through this and talked to, a lot of the old timers and people who have been around on this bit for a long time, was also another log boom that went along from the pilot station that then also protected those docks from easterlies. And I've had some pretty good conversations with the pilots because they've got issues about stuff blowing in underneath their docks as well. So anyways, we had this storm, and the result, as you can see up there, is we lost pretty much over 50% of our docks. So what we currently have out there right now is we have a string is 10 docks. We do have 10 docks currently out there. We were putting out 8, but then when we got to this time of year where we have the big tides, that was coming up a little short, and it wasn't, people were not enjoying that aspect. But the reason is because we really only have 3 to 4 docks that we can piecemeal in, and the docks are not, they're not symmetric. Like there's certain docks that have to go in certain places in that lineup. And so in order for us to insert them, if another one gets damaged, we have to do quite a bit of modification to that. So really we've just got about 2 or 3 backup docks. And the current situation is that come October, we have to pull the docks out because we cannot afford to leave them in there for the winter time. And then we try to get them back in by March, when generally the very first fishing opener is. And we've worked really closely with the Salmon Club to make sure that we, are fulfilling their needs while also still protecting the resource. And why are we doing that? Well, we have been working with FEMA to get money to repair the docks. And that has been a process. And I want to thank Mr. Sharp and Curtin for helping us, Director Curtin, and work through that process. They've been very great. And we have made quite a bit of progress on that. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So these are just some pictures that shows, and we kind of put some arrows there where you can see on the picture that's on the left, you can see the boom that used to be coming from the pilot station that protected the docks. And then you can see, obviously, the seawall that used to be there. And this was the new and not improved seawall on the picture of the right that the Navy left us with. And you can see the result. So that's just some of the damage that happened.
Sorry for the interruption. Are ecology blocks supposed to not be level?
Are they supposed to not be level? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, if the tide were out, you would see that they follow the contour of the land, is what they're doing. The next slide, Corey. So again, this is the ramp that it's actually what we call the land anchor that holds the east side, and that was completely busted, and it's not usable. So that was another reason we haven't been able to put the eastern string in, and that's really what it looks like now. You can also see that we have quite a bit of degradation on the pavement. It's really starting to turn back into sand. So we have also lost most of the pavement that's in that area. Next. There we go. There's the thank you. A huge thank you to Director Curtin and Chief Sharp, and I really do mean it. It's been a real good learning process it's been a learning process, so I don't know about good, but it's been a learning process for a bunch of us, and FEMA's been really actually very helpful too. I hate to say this, but it's been kind of fun. I'm kind of walking out on it. So the original cost, and this is, I think the part for council, for you guys to hear, at least from my point of view, and as being the person who's been dealing with this project and having a lot of meetings with the public and user groups, is, FEMA did pretty much come right out of the gate, and they were like, we can replace these docks as they were. And that's really their job. That's their mandate. And that we were looking at probably like around an $800,000 price tag. 2 things. One, they can't replace them as they were because they are illegal the way that they are. They no longer meet state code. And so that was one issue that we are dealing with and trying to, put these back, is that we can no longer put back what was once there. The second piece is that making an investment into something that we know we cannot protect. And so we've been pretty adamant as staff, is like trying to, make sure to, have that opinion out there and that observation that, if we just put back, even that, we go up to code, what's to keep this from happening in the future? And is that the best investment and use of our money? Yeah.
This might sound like a ludicrous idea.
Sure.
And I like to throw these out from time to time. But can we move the boat ramp further down since there's no longer logs floating in there where the tide, it may be less harsh, maybe over near the rowing club or something like that. It's crazy, I know, but maybe move it.
So part of this process is that the city's received $128,000 for an A&E study. $30,000 of that, it was coming from the city. This study will determine costs for permits, environmental assessment, shoreline assessment, replacement of docks, storm surge protection, and an RFQ should go out by the end of this month. I've heard from engineering. So those are kind of things, and Brendan, you bring up a good point that could be something that comes out of this.
Yeah, and in fact, Director Curtin and Chief Sharp have been really great. And so that's called a mitigation is what FEMA calls it. And so we've really pushed for that. And we just signed the papers, I think, a couple of weeks ago or something, to receive this money for the A&E that Corey's talking about. And it's just for that reason. We don't know what we don't know. And there's a lot of things to uncover. So we're trying to be able to go to some people who know the laws and, the engineering behind some of these other solutions to answer some of those questions.
And also, we haven't changed that bathroom out yet either, right? That's on the docket.
Yes, it is. Okay. It's part of this CFP process.
Maybe we could build it all into one thing or something. I don't know.
You're leveraging projects. Yeah, that's good.
Navarro, go ahead. So, Brendan, that's not crazy because I've spent hours, probably about 10 hours, looking at various places where you could have year-round docks because, believe it or not, I am connected to somebody whose livelihood depends on the existence of year-round docks. So we have spent a lot of time looking at docks. And I think that as we're moving forward, it's important. I'm very appreciative of the Salmon Club talking to us and continuing to share their concerns about this. But I think that the issue is, I think there's a couple of issues. The first is are these docks going to be the docks that some constituents feel very strongly about? Or is it that any year-round dock is going to be the docks that are best? Because personally, I believe that having year-round docks is what is most important. And having docks in that location was a bad investment 100 years ago, and it's a bad investment now. It's bad environmentally, it's bad ecologically, it's bad from a wind perspective, it's bad from a weather perspective, it's bad from climate change. So I think we have to look at, so I'm very grateful that we're doing this study now and thinking through all of the options. And I think, as Brendan mentioned, there are many user groups, the rowing team being one of them, where the infrastructure that is on Edis Hook is spread out and varied, where the recreational opportunities are on the other side of the hook than the year-round docks. So the rowing team has to beach launch all of their docks, right? Or all of their boats whenever they practice all the time. And then you don't have an opportunity to do that in the same way for heavier boats like dinghies. So I hope that as a part of this process, the Salmon Club won't be the only user group that is consulted, because they are not the only users of public dock space, especially because the rowing team just used Hollywood Beach for one of their recent regattas over Memorial Day, I think. So we have people who are trying their very best to figure out where year-round docks could be. And I think that we have a whole harbor to choose from. And that if the goal is to have year-round docks, which I hope it is, because I think that is a huge benefit to our community. One of the problems that keeps coming up, and it comes up with the port, it comes up with the city, is that unfortunately somebody has to be paying attention to wind, right? Like wind and storms. And I haven't seen great evidence of this at the port either. So their docks also face damage, but it's at a substantially lesser degree than ours because both of our sets of docks are on the far side of the harbor closest to the heaviest waves and where there's the most amount of power from certain kinds of wind patterns. And so all of that to say that I'm very excited to have a study done because I think that will help us determine where potentially the best location is. Because I think, you know, as Brendan mentioned, I'm not confident that the current place is the best location. And to the point about the bathrooms, if we do end up moving those docks, wherever it is, I certainly hope that a public restroom facility is going to go along with those docks because, again, how crazy is it to have the public restroom be put in where the docks aren't? So I think these have to be done together. I don't think we can do, I mean, I walk out on Etisahook as much as I can, try to do it every day. So I understand the point about public restrooms, but if we move those docks and we have the restroom facility where it is now, like, you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? So I think that all of those things have to come together in a way that, because I would be legitimately shocked if this consultant comes back and tells us that this location is going to be the best for these docks in the future.
Thank you.
Just a quick, I just wanted to, just a quick reply. One, thank you for recognizing the importance of the year round. That is one of the things that I have discovered in talking with the different user groups, that those are one of the few docks that were actually out there year round. And so that is a critical component. And second, Corey and I have both realized we've never felt pigeonholed by that this is where the spot they need to go, which is why we have pushed for this mitigation. And I feel very happy and confident in my conversations with the Salmon Club. I've also talked to Lower Ella. I've also talked to the Coast Guard, who are all different aspects and user groups of that. And I have put out there in the world that this is an open book at this moment. We have a chance to reimagine. For us, it's just a dedication that we have access to the water, and where that conversation goes and where, you know, the community stewards it, that's where we'll be. Sorry.
I think we'll go to Amy, and then my computer keeps turning itself off a little bit. So we'll go to Amy and then Latricia, and then Lindsay had his hand up, but I don't know if it's current or not. So Lindsay, then. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Amy,
I'm
then
gonna go. Okay. I'm going to be quick. I had three very quick questions. One of them was about if docks are typically kept in the water over year round. I know that answer now. I don't vote. Second question is, do we have a inclination that the FEMA replacement, $800,000 or some level of that would still be available to us if we needed to do upgraded materials?
Yeah, so that number that we put up there, that was if we were going with the original docks that we had in that configuration with none of the protection. That would have been the like for like money that FEMA gave us. We know that we are no longer in that world, so I don't know what that number is until we do the mitigation.
Okay, understood. Yeah. And I guess my other piece was not really a question at all, and just throwing out there again that once we get the study and we make some plans, I do hope that further conversation maybe is brought to us or is discussed in your team about being able to afford the upkeep and I don't know if $10 a use is reasonable or, if it should be more and that revenue should be going back into that project for repairs. And maybe for somebody who needs to look at wind, I don't know, but just having it kind of being self-sufficient where that if there is revenue generated, going back into that project for upkeep. Thanks guys for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for, and then we can share some of the information. It sounds like you're meeting regularly with the Salmon Club, and there was sort of the impetus behind this presentation. So I'm glad to get the information and look forward to hearing hearing the outcome of the study. Latricia, go ahead.
I was curious, what's the timeline for the A&E architecture engineering project to be completed? I'm cautious. I hope it's not a 5-year design process. I hope that we can get it done within the year. This isn't too difficult of a project, and I think it's important. The other thing I want to stress is this isn't just also about recreation. This is about safety and hazard mitigation for our community. We're not all aware, but just to make the community more aware, there will be an increase of tanker traffic throughout the Salish Seas here because of the, they refer to them as tar sands, oil up in Canada that are being harvested, excavated, or whatever they're doing. But because of that project, we're seeing an increase of this tanker traffic. So we need to have a year-round facility that can allow for larger vessels also to be able to get into the straits quickly, and to be able to have that resource is going to be important. With that also being said, I think it's something that we need to advocate at the state and possibly federal level, because this is a kind of international issue where it's Canada up there that's extracting more of this oil, increasing the tanker traffic, to find funding resources to implement the recommendation from the A&E study in our community. So we need to go after and work with our state and federal legislature.
Sorry, your microphone's not muted. Sorry, Latricia, go on.
Oh, that's okay. They just want to join in and join the party back there, being back of the class. No, just so I just wanted to highlight that, and I will keep my eye open also for grant funds to when they come through. I'll try to forward them to Nathan. I'm sure he gets tired of my emails. But thanks for the presentation, and this has been an issue for the last couple of years. So. And it's vital for our community, both recreation and safety.
Mayor, I got one more thing. Chief Sharp has been working with FEMA and doing a lot of the paperwork for us, and he wanted to add in a correction about the A&E portion of it.
And to apologize for being that kid in the back of the class. Well, I just wanted to clarify that the A&E, the architectural and engineering, are for the existing docks and the existing location. And that's what we received the $128,000 for, was for them to look at what it's going to require to replace docks in the same width and the same length for that location, and what it's going to cost to replace those bulkheads where the docks are anchored to. There are mitigation measures that we can pursue through discussion with FEMA. But at this particular point in time, there's no consultation as to locating a new location to install docks. And that's because FEMA has been very clear from the beginning that they are able to reimburse and to rebuild within the same footprint of a previous structure when destroyed by natural disaster. So,
well, I'm going to follow up with that, saying I think that's a waste of funds. I mean, it's a waste of us taking the money, because that's not what we're talking about here. And I think it would be a waste of our time. It would just delay us in finding a correct solution. It's kind of like we're back to that issue with Edis Hook. Army Corps can only do O&M. The language doesn't allow them to do restoration. They just can only continue to do what's existing, and that's not working for us. So I think we need to have a discussion about, is that where we want to go? Do we want to take that money? Do we want to go down that road? I mean, you've already put out a request for qualifications, and is there time to rethink this? I think we should rethink it.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Scott.
So just to clarify for everyone here, because there's two things going on here. One, we have a situation that the floats are not they're not located in an ideal situation for us. And we are free to, investigate, look, and make determinations to relocate that. The other side of the same coin is we had an event. We had a storm event which damaged those. FEMA did arrive with the opportunity to assist us with creating a project and reimbursing for that. So it's not to say that if we don't, as we get to the end of this design piece, if that is determined that we're not going to put the floats back in the same location, it's not to say that we can't do that. What it would ultimately mean is that the cost share is going to change. So if we're putting back the same product in the same location, it'd be a normal FEMA project. It'd be an 80-20 cost split, and you'd proceed as any other normal FEMA disaster type of project. It doesn't mean that we have no ability to alter that. It just means that FEMA, as Daryl and Corey both said, they pay for in kind. They don't allow. So if you had a structure and it was $1 million, they don't let you come back and build a $3 million structure to replace a $1 million. The intent is that they're going to give you back what you had. So in this case, it's not to say that we're not going to get any help or assistance from FEMA. It's just not going to be under the normal 80-20 cost share project. It would only be for what they determine to be grant eligible items. So it would still fall within the intent. So the cost of the new floats, whatever they are, there would still be some costs that they would be willing to participate in. I just want you to be prepared. I don't think it's going to be an 80-20. It may end up being a 60-40 as an example. And we won't know that until we really get closer to the end of this process. So, but my intent is, I am working, and we haven't finalized our scope of work yet. And I apologize because I haven't been clear with the other group, but I am intending and working with FEMA to entertain the prospect that they are likely not going to go back in that same location. And it's for just what Tim said, that if we do, we're likely going to be right back in the same situation. And I will say for FEMA, they don't like to do that. If this is no different than the Corps and everybody else. You're expected to, if they give you that money, they want you to maintain that. And they don't want to throw good money after bad either. So we do have some opportunities. It hasn't been clearly defined yet. That's what's going to happen over. And to answer the other part of your question, I'm expecting this to be in the 4 to 6 month time frame. And that's going to vary depending on how much public engagement we have and any other stipulations that FEMA might place on us to answer any questions that they have. But that's what I'm looking at. It's going to be a 4 to 6 month process for design. So happy to answer any other questions you have. Thank you.
Anything else from council? Okay. Thank you, Tim, for coming tonight. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
And thank you, Corey and Tim, for your work, particularly engaging the multiple user groups of the space. Let's try item I4, and if we need to pause, we will for a break. That is the new item at the request of Councilmember Miller regarding a reconsideration of the failed amendment motion. And I'm going to go to Amy since she brought it up.
You can call me Miller. That's cool. Thanks. I appreciate it. And I also don't need to take a lot of our time and energy in rehashing and rediscussing this issue. I want to thank thank you for everybody's grace and allowing me to have some new information flow into my head. So I'm just going to start with a motion. And I move that the council reconsider the May 6th failed amendment to the short-term lodging code, exempting the 6 type 1 license holders that were made non-compliant by the code changes, and direct our staff to bring back an updated ordinance that incorporates the grandfathering of those 6, while also including those 6 in the against the cap of licenses, to be brought back on the June 17th meeting.
Point of order, having Councilmember Miller vote on that original amendment.
Vote on that on the original motion.
You voted no.
I voted against it.
Okay, motion for reconsideration requires somebody to vote for it.
I think the reconsideration is if you voted no and you are reconsidering your decision on that. So you're asking for a reconsideration.
That is.
That's if somebody voted yes or in the majority.
It was the majority because the motion failed. The amendment failed.
Point withdrawn.
Can you say that again?
I
Okay, thank
withdraw
you.
that point of order.
Okay, thank you. But thanks for clarifying. Amy, do you want to? You're good.
Did you
Okay.
catch that I seconded?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you. Give me a handy little notebook out here. It's not a notebook. It's my tracking thing. All right. Are there additional comments about the motion? Go ahead.
I have some chicken scratch if you need it to try to read.
Yes, please. Lindsay, go ahead. And I have something, I want to add something too, but go ahead.
Yeah, I move to go to executive session under the authority of discussing potential litigation with the council.
Sorry, Lindsay, can you repeat that?
I move to go to executive session under the authority of discussing potential litigation with legal counsel.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion. I don't think there's any, let me check my cheat sheet to see if there's anything about that, but I don't think there is. Okay, there is not. So I guess we can be open to discussion, but I'll just ask, is there any opposition to doing a 20-minute executive session under the authority that Lindsay has stated?
I guess my only question is, does city legal staff agree that we would be able to use the authority under this for this topic? If they are in agreement that we can, then I'm fine with that.
We'll wait for a ruling from the city attorney.
Yes, so again, if everyone would permit me a moment to pull that up on my device here, let me take a look at it, but begging everybody's pardon here. Okay, thank you everybody for your time there. While I looked that up, I just did want to ensure, of course, this is RCW 42.30.110 executive session, and it is subsection I, to discuss with legal counsel representing the agency matters relating to agency enforcement actions or to discuss agency litigation or potential litigation, I think that we're covered.
Thank you. So we have a motion to do could you go into executive session, which I'm proposing for 20 minutes. Any opposition to the motion? All right. So we will go to, I think we just, okay, quick question. So that passed for a 20-minute executive session. I guess we usually do them at the end, but that doesn't necessarily work because we're hoping for action. So, okay, well, I may stand corrected at a future time, but we will go to executive session in Pittis, and we will be back in this room at 8:25. And it's only a 20-minute session, but I want to give us time to get there and back. So thank you for your patience. Lindsay, you should have an email from Abby with a Teams link. We are back. And before I need to ask for just a little bit more grace time because I guess we can continue with the meeting, but know that I need to log back in. My computer shut down while we were gone and it kicked me out of the WebEx. So I will log back in. It should only take a moment. So we are on item I4. And if someone wants to raise their hand, we'll go from there.
I think this is where I'm supposed to say I'll be withdrawing the motion.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Okay, I'm back in. And we have a withdrawn motion. So thank you to council for moving forward. So we're on the salmon pledge, the Salmon Alliance. I couldn't quite figure, connected by salmon, Northern California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia. And I'm wondering, just a real quick assessment, has anyone not read the pledge? Because it is, I have just made it my practice to not sign things like this without council consent. I think because I was asked to sign as the mayor, not as an individual, though I think we can all sign as individuals. And so I don't need to belabor it, but it does feel like now is a good time to reaffirm friendships that we have and relationships and to do things that help strengthen those relationships. And this feels like one of those things, which is why I brought it to you all. And so I guess I'm asking for a motion or if there are questions. Amy, go ahead.
I have I guess a couple of questions. It did mention in the intro email that there was a hard launch of the pledge that has already occurred. And so I was wondering if there was an update on that.
Yes, there is. Thank you for asking.
And I have one more follow-up.
Go ahead with your other question.
I did look it up online to get some more information, and the website doesn't have a lot of information, and it was really I couldn't figure out who started it and who was involved. And so I was just wondering, because it sounds like you were maybe part of the conversations given your partnerships with Canada, because I'm not against it in theory, obviously. I just kind of want to know a little bit more if we're going to sign on as council and rather than independents.
That sounds good. So I did check in. Alex Hunter is the gentleman that I probably hope I didn't offend him if he watches this, that I called him a young man. He's just younger than me. And so he is the gentleman who started this organization, really just out of the idea, as I mentioned earlier, about reaffirming the relationships between our countries, between the states and the province, and I checked in with him given the timeline. I did meet with him when I was in Victoria, and so I got to chat with him a little bit, and did express that there was a high likelihood that we would not be able to, that I wasn't willing to sign it. I didn't feel like we had taken any previous action under which this could fall, that I wouldn't be able to sign it today. And he let me know that they did push the launch back a bit. So if we authorize it tonight, then I would be signed on for the launch. So, which was his goal. I did not think to ask him who else has signed on since I met with him. Blaine had signed, City of Blaine mayor had signed at the time, and he was working on the other communities. So I think those are the answers to your questions. Brendan.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be a no on it. Not because there's like anything really that like is offensive or anything. It's just sort of, I don't know a lot about it. It's, what it's like sort of in, it's collaborative West Coast community, like seems, it just seems a little like above sort of like, it's like when people were coming to have us sign things for Gaza, and not to say that those things are equal, but it's sort of like more of a federal sort of thing. Like it would be like a token sort of thing, I think, for this. And and like I said, this is like a new nonprofit thing, like their EOs are often just like, or EDs are trying to, how many people can you get to sign this thing? And it sort of feels like that for me. So I'm just sort of a no on that front. No offense.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Latricia, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to allow Kate Dexter, the city mayor, to sign the salmon pledge on behalf of city council.
Second.
Do you want to speak to your motion?
I do want to speak to my motion. Boy, living here on the Olympic Peninsula for 50 plus years, I've seen how it's been important for British Columbia, Canada, and the West Coast communities, specifically, I'll speak to Port Angeles, how it's important that we each show solidarity and support each other, and also encourage our neighbors to do things that benefit each other. One of the issues I'm going to point out, and it took decades to get it done, was Victoria was dumping raw sewage into the streets of Juan de Fuca. Our residents were swimming in that. We were harvesting resource, salmon, crab, whatever in that resource. We had migrating birds and salmon going through. They're going to their home rivers, migrating through that. But they've finally changed. And it wasn't just because they did it out of the good of their hearts. It's because our elected leaders would speak with their elected leaders, and they talked about solutions. And I think one of the things here is, they talked about advocate to federal, state, provincial, and local governments to build a robust and resilient economy and infrastructure across the region. Up there by Lummi and Bellingham in Canada, their infrastructure is slightly different than the infrastructure that we need. I think this is a good thing. It's sending a positive message, especially during a time when there's such divisiveness when we talk about Canada. I mean, there's even the joking of, and I don't think it's a joke, calling them a 51st state. I think that's horrible. They are a sovereign, independent country, and that's terrible. And they've been great neighbors. And I think Mayor Dexter has done a great job with that collaboration. And I think we too need to continue that. We're seeing the impacts of what's happening at the federal level and the decline of people coming over from the Black Belt Ferry. So I think this is one way that we show to our neighbors that we are here as your neighbor. We are truly your neighbor, and that we want to collaborate. And I think when we need to collaborate, we can remind them, hey, you know, we signed the salmon pledge, and part of that was the need to up infrastructure. And we see that there's a need for infrastructure here. There's other things that the federal government does with Canada, like they have the treaties, the salmon treaties that they sign about how much you can harvest and stuff. So there's a lot of things that we do, but I think this is something that we can do locally. And I think that's important, and it sends a good message.
Thank you.
Deborah. I had the same questions that Amy had, but I think what has, as I think Latricia spoke very well to the motion, what has helped me move in favor of voting for the motion is as Latricia said, I think the effects of tariffs are going to hit us really hard. You know, we've talked about our CFP for the last couple of meetings, and you know, like it's a really great plan, and like there's a piece of me that's sitting there being like, well, okay, like good luck to us, because we don't know what the next 3 years are going to look like, and it's like I think we have to talk about that. I think we have to stand up for our government and nonprofit partners who have faced losses of funding from the federal government because they're doing work on climate change, because like we have lost out on grants because they are for electric vehicles. We have to talk about these things. And I think that people are scared and they're worried that they're not going to be able to protect their communities through losing federal grant opportunities, but we're already losing them. And I think it's important to show solidarity, not just with our Canadian neighbors, but with the other border communities, with the other people on the West Coast who are our neighbors as well, who are also being affected. And as our closest neighbors, I think it's important that we, you know, like we talk a lot about trying to use local contractors, right? And bring money into our community in every way that we can. But if we're unable to use local contractors for whatever reason, then like looking at our closest neighbors, I think is valuable, right? And looking at the folks who are supporting the same values that we have, I think is important as we move forward. So I think, as Latricia said, that in this time of divisiveness and polarization, I think showing our Canadian neighbors that we do support them, you know, and again, like Kate has a great relationship with Mayor Alto, which I think is a huge benefit to us. I'm attending regional tourism conversations with our friends in Canada. So there are, you know, a number of ways that we can continue to be supportive and have them support us. And I think this is just one more way that hopefully we can show our continued support. Thank you. Drew?
Yeah, so I will support this. I think it differs for a lot of reasons. It differs from supporting or not supporting anything related to Gaza, because that really was something at the federal level that had little impact that we as council members could have other than showing our support. If we were a random community in Southern California, I might feel different, but I can see Victoria from my store. Like this is about as close as we can get to waving to our neighbors. I assume most of us have friends in Canada. I'm visiting next Tuesday, one of my friends in Canada. And so I think in that context, while I don't know how strong of a benefit or how strong we'll be able to really make changes, I do think this is one where we can get behind it and support it because Washington, if the U.S. is Canadians' neighbors and Washington is right next door, we're basically room sharing with Victoria at this point. I mean, if we're going to be talking about STRs and short-term rentals and everything else, we're basically with Victoria. So this is as close as we can come to being connected with them. And I think this is another way to show how we are connected and how it does impact us, not indirectly from a national level, but even just directly as a city.
Thank you. Anyone else? Brendan?
I'll just chime back in. I mean, like, there are different countries, right? We like this because, Canada's so close and we share the same language. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. And I love Canada and I love going over there. And I know politically, like voting against the salmon pledge, come on, like that's not going to work for anybody. But it's also, they have a different form of government. They have a constitutional monarchy over there. Like we have a democracy, we have like a representative government here. It's different the way it works. And like there's stuff in here, like you said, if you're in Southern California, maybe we would pass some things saying like, let's pledge the Mexico no tariff thing. Maybe we would pass that in Mexico too. And I see that too, but I just don't know enough about this organization is my problem. Not that necessarily I disagree with some of the things on it. So it's just sort of last minute and it's got a great name. The Salmon Pledge is a great name. Way to go, guy, or gal, or non-binary person. Yeah, so that's just what I'm going to say. And we're not going to support it, even though it's the Salmon Pledge and probably get hanged for it.
No, that would be the antithesis. So that's fine. Okay, I shouldn't say it's fine. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. All right, so I do think, I just will say one last thing, which is I think sometimes stuff like this feels performative, but I think sometimes, like at a time like this, because I think, we did the Pride proclamation today, and on some level it is performative, but it matters. It matters that we're saying that we support Pride. It matters that we say, I think it matters, which is why I asked for us to sign it. I understand your concern about the organization. But I think we may get, I think really as signers, the signers will get to work together and sort of shape the organization as it grows. And I think it matters that we say that we're concerned and that we want to work together to support our region. And that includes the people who live north of a line that at one point our governments drew in the strait. Amy?
Do you know, like, if God forbid you aren't our mayor, will the city then just be the signer and the mayor, whoever that becomes, or would that commitment leave with you?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'm happy to ask what the thought would be.
Worth asking. I'm not going to oppose the motion for that, but just thinking it.
I think that's why it matters to me too, that it's me as the mayor on behalf of the council, that it's the council's commitment to it. It's not just me. And I think the way it was asked and the way many of these things are written, right, are for the strong mayor who can just say, yep, I'm agreeing. And since I'm not that, that's why we're talking about it. So
I appreciate being asked. Thanks.
All right, so we have a motion to authorize me to sign the Salmon Pledge on behalf of the City of Port Angeles and the City Council. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes. I'm going to make my notes here. So the motion passes 6-1. Thank you. All right. That leaves us at council reports. And I started with Latricia last time, so I'm going to start with Brendan.
All right, so I don't have much in the way of a report, but I do have something that I'm going to share with council. I'm sadly informing you that I will be resigning from council at the end of June, 6/30/2025. I'm proud of the time I served on council, but unfortunately, I'm currently facing some serious health concerns. I'm saddened not to finish my term and not pushing through, but I feel like it's the right decision for me and my family. My time on council has been an enlightening one. I've gained a deeper appreciation for the weight that a person can feel in this role. I tried to follow a few simple principles: help, not hurt, promote growth, and represent all the constituents. I truly tried to bring a perspective free of my own partisan bias, because I think everybody has some part of them. During my time on council, we agreed on many things, argued in good faith about the differences, more often than not collaborated in a constructive way. I hope that the policies that I helped put in place will help the people and economy of Port Angeles flourish into the future. And I'll be sending this email out after council.
Thank you. And we're sorry to lose you, and appreciate your time on council with us. And I'm not sure who Amy's going to share her snacks with, but we'll get to that, because that's a different conversation for a different day. So oh goodness. All right. Thank you, Brendan. And sorry to lose you. But you'll be around, so maybe you'll join us occasionally on a Tuesday night.
I'll be here next meeting.
Yes.
I'm not going anywhere yet.
All right. Amy, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to hold on to the right to say my tearful goodbyes next meeting, because I am in no mood tonight. And I'm going to be doing that with my council report as well.
Navarra.
Brendan, it'll be really sad to see you go. I have a brief council report. The first is that at the pool board meeting, I think the most exciting thing to talk about is that at our April meeting, we talked about ways to increase passes, people getting passes at the pool. And one of the challenges is I think the only pass that we had available was a full year-round pass. And so we're trying a new thing to have a 3-month summer pass for, especially the idea is it being for families whose, kids are out for the summer and might need a place to go or something to do. And so if you know any families who want to spend some extra time at the pool, they can get a 3-month pool pass. And then also along, I guess, so there's that. Also with the pool is one of the facilities that does the summer lunch program. So just wanted to remind the community that that program is starting up. I'm sure there's many other locations that also participate. I do not know them, but the pool is one of those. And the big thing about it is that I guess last year the pool had to everybody had to sit at the pool and eat their food. That is not the case this year. You can take your bagged lunch to go. So it's a way of reducing barriers. And I think everybody at the pool is very excited to sort of transition back to that program as the way it was. I wanted to, in the spirit of us talking about our relationship with Canada, wanted to talk about a couple of opportunities. The first is that while it's definitely not exciting to watch, the Hands Across Regatta is happening on June 14th, which is a partnership between the Port Angeles Yacht Club and the Royal Victoria Yacht Club. And so racers will be racing from the Royal Vic Yacht Club all the way down here to our yacht club on the 14th, which is very exciting. And I think everybody is really glad that partnership is continuing to happen again this year. It was revived after some absence last year. And then, I think there's some uncertainty if people felt comfortable enough to come, and they do. And so I think that'll be really great to have them. As I said, hard to watch. You never know when they're going to come in. So, but it'll be happening. And then, Kate and I received an email from Sam Grello at the Waterfront District that I hope you don't mind, I'm just going to share a part of. But the lefties are playing the Harbor Cats this weekend in Victoria Friday and Saturday. I'm out of town, so I will not be attending, but I did want to inform all of council in case you and your families want to go and watch a cross-border PA Victoria baseball game this weekend.
Thank you. Since he's sitting in the dark, let's go to Lindsay next. So, I mean, I guess you're going to stay till the end of the meeting, but.
It's okay. I'll pass. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Drew.
Only a couple of things recently. Last Tuesday, before we had our capital facilities meeting, I did participate in the comprehensive plan stakeholder advisory meeting, as did two other council members. Wednesday, I and another council member, as well as city staff, was able to go to the YMCA groundbreaking for their new early childhood development facility that is getting off the ground. And then later this week, I do have an Olympic Peninsula Tourism Commission meeting, and I was able to go to the all-staff wellness breakfast for city staff this morning, and that was a lot of fun. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I know this is odd, but I have a question for Drew.
Yeah.
There's an event, I believe it's tomorrow at the college about recompete. Are you representing us?
So, funny story. I didn't know about this until about 1 o'clock this afternoon because the person who sent out the email used D Schwab at City of PA instead of A Schwab, which is what IT set up when I was on Planning Commission. So, unfortunately, I will not be attending it. I had prior engagements tomorrow.
Again, I know this is weird. Do you feel like somebody from council should be there? Knowing what you know?
I mean, I very briefly read it. It looks like it's more of a public engagement because Recompete's trying to do a whole bunch of public engagement ones. And so this must be the first one. I'm not sure how I missed this one because I'm part of the people who are organizing some of this stuff. So I'm not sure how it completely lost track. But it's basically, it's at Studium General and then it's just a kind of this is what it is sort of presentation. So while we don't necessarily have to have representation, it would be good for council who wants to know a little more about what exactly Recompete is doing and how that's going to impact PA specifically.
Thank you, Drew. I had a follow-up. Oh, I have two follow-ups, but I'll save them for my report. Latricia.
So I missed the William Shore great update. Thank you, because I participated in the comp plan stakeholder event that was overlapping. So I felt it was more priority to go to that one because that happens once, maybe every 10 years or so, where William Shore happens monthly. So I'm sure they're tired of cleaning up after the lunches that are being left behind. And they're like, no, take your lunch and go. I don't want to clean up anymore. I also participated in the groundbreaking event for the YMCA. Also to note, for anybody who's listening out there or that will watch this video all the way to the end, they still are short funds. So if anybody would like to personally donate to the YMCA for the Early Childhood Education Center, they would accept donations also. If you know somebody who, I think they're short $1.3 million because of what's happening at the federal level. They had applied for funds with, I think it was Kilmer, and then they lost those funds. And so, so they are still short $1.3 million. I also participated, we also had a MRC meeting. Actually, it was Monday night, the night before our last meeting, but on the 30th, Northwest Straits Foundation hosted a collaborative MRC quarterly meeting out at the Dungeness River Center, and I did a presentation on the Clallam County MRC as we are transitioning also into our advisory role as a Clallam County MRC committee, kind of more providing advice. So I did a presentation on that. And that was fun. And then I'm sorry. Other than that, I don't have anything else, but thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much of a report tonight, so instead I'm going to share a couple ideas. And it's more of a question, I guess, for starters. Does the pool have passes at the library? They do. Okay. Okay. They're confirmed. Okay. So that might be an option if they're looking to increase the number of passes available at the library. Because then you can check them out and you could take your family, check out 3 passes at a time. It's like a single use. Faro does that for, they have, I forget how many, but we keep passes at the library as well. So just since you are talking about increasing the pass use or supporting that. And then it sounds like from the very few conversations I've had, so I will acknowledge that I'm not in the know, but one of the things that seems like an idea for the Tourism Commission is pitching some, marketing Port Angeles and Victoria together. So come to Port Angeles, do a thing in Port Angeles, and then come to Port Angeles, go to Faro, and then go to Victoria and do a whale watch and learn about the West Coast, learn about the Salish Sea ecosystem. And the reason I say that is one of my big concerns out of all of this, relationships aside, but from an economic perspective, is the coho. They barely they scraped through, and with the drop in visits from the north to the south, I think building in tourism that helps us, because people come here and spend some time here, but then get on the coho and go to Victoria. Maybe they don't need the tourism dollars, maybe they're fine, but I think we want the coho to survive this. And so I think that's something that I have not heard come out of any of the groups talking about promoting tourism in Port Angeles. And I think we need to think regionally right now, and not only about the coho, but I think if we can get people on the coho and maybe they get engaged and come up with packages too. Anyway, go ahead.
I can get into a conversation regarding that. Did you want me to address any of that now, or would you like me to just talk to you later?
No, we can talk offline. That's fine. Okay. City manager.
Mayor and council, I think first just want to express sadness regarding Councilmember Meyer's announcement this evening, and just great appreciation for stepping up for the many years that you sat on council, and just recognize the sacrifice that was to your family, and just really grateful for your work and your support of staff throughout that time. And we'll make sure we get you a good send-off in the coming weeks. Council, I did want to share both Deputy City Manager Goings and myself do plan to attend the Peninsula College event tomorrow. It's on our calendar, and so we do plan on being there. Additionally, want to share that we do not have a work session scheduled for June. And finally, we do have some very important meetings in June, including a June 12th meeting, which is Thursday, June 12th, from 5 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Red Lion Hotel, where the comprehensive plan open house will take place, and staff will present the first draft of the 2045 comprehensive plan update, which utilizes the feedback we've received from the community over the last several months. Additionally, on Friday, June 13th, we'll be doing an 8:30 to 3:30 community neighborhood tour, where the city staff will join stakeholders and community members on 3 walking tours in several neighborhoods for an open walking discussion. So council, if you could let us know if you have interest in participating in those, and that way we can make sure to notice it as an open public meeting for council if there's a desire to do that. So if you can just reach out to Carrie and Bree and CC myself, we'll make sure to note that you're planning to attend. That's all I have for you this evening.
All right, thank you very much. That brings us to our second public comment period. This is not a sign up period, so it is just come on down. If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. We'll start in council chambers. And Matt is coming down. Go ahead, Mr. Barbieri, you can be next. And just a reminder, name and whether or not you're a resident. And then if you're in council chambers, the 3 minutes will be timed by the lectern. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Matthew Miller. I live in the city of Port Angeles. I wasn't planning on saying anything tonight, but I came in during an interesting topic, and that was about business licensing. And probably to the relief of legal counsel, I am not making a legal argument at all about this. I'm out of my depth. However, I'm, I guess, making a philosophical, perhaps even a ethical argument about this. It occurs to me that two people in Port Angeles could show up to work in the morning, do the same work, get paid and go home. And one of them has to pay this business license and the other one doesn't by merits of the fact that one of them is an entrepreneur. And it occurs to me that this is definitionally unequal treatment of citizens that should be equal. I mean, if folks go to work and one of them is paid as a W-2 employee or a 1099 contractor, people are making their money off investment income from the collection plate, from the generosity of Port Angeles taxpayers. It seems discriminatory that one of them has to take money out of their pocket and give it back to the city. It seems that for an organization that talks an awful lot about encouraging small business and entrepreneurship in our town, throwing up one more barrier, even if it's $200, it's not about the $200, it's about the barrier. It's about the message we're sending that these folks that take risk with their own personal capital to start a business. And I can't speak for all businesses, but I can speak for my own. And I'm sure there are many others that are contributing through paying out payroll and benefits and buying their printing and supplies and hiring cleaners and contractors from this town. It seems to me that a city that wants to encourage entrepreneurship should be sending these folks thank you notes, not invoices. When it comes to encouraging entrepreneurship, at the risk of overstating the case, talk is cheap, and this action is completely contrary to the message that you say you're trying to send. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Sorry, Matthew.
My name is Glenn Barbieri, and a Port Angeles resident. Yeah, I find myself in an interesting situation. Like I think I said before, thanks to somebody. I'm so nonprofit, even the Internal Revenue Service said that NORA exists. So, but I'm, and what I'm planning to do is, when we put pro bono, which isn't necessarily cheap, because any extra funds that are in the costs can't fall into three categories. It can't be a business deal. It can't count legal as a business deal. It can't count as income, and it can't count as embezzlement. And that is, that's from my understanding of my military debriefing, which is, if I remember correctly, if I use a certain fact in a business deal, penalty would be 10 years in prison and $10,000. What I'm trying to do pro bono hinges on people knowing that fact, which is why I say no. It's a risk, but I'm willing to take it because And as for cooperating with Victoria, it's about time, because if our cities were any closer, you'd be reading about the scandal in the National Enquirer. So, but I too am interested in operating internationally as well, because some of the things I think would be really useful for this community, this county, may be contingent and having access to some Canadian patents. So that's because one particular company, I don't misquote the name, so I won't say it tonight, it has so many uses, potentially civilian and military, that the impact it can have on our economy is tremendous. That's one thing I'm going to pursue. Thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barbier. Laurel, come on down.
Laurel Cripe, City of Port Angeles. I keep having to revise my comment. I want to talk first about representation. I count 81 chairs in the room. If this room were full of a representative sample of the city residents of Port Angeles, how many of those chairs would be filled by renters? I think about half, a little more than half. How many by the housing cost burden? I think it goes even up from there. How many by homeless people? Quite a few. Some of you know that number better than me. You know, do you represent the people who just come to the meetings and talk about entrepreneurship and their financial interests? Or do you represent 20,000 plus people? And I've heard a lot about the impact of things you might do on people's personal finances by people who come here to the meeting. Do we think that all those renters and the housing cost burden and the homeless aren't here because their finances are really all right? Or are they not here because they already had to leave town? Or they can't really get away from their 3 jobs to get down here to city council? So representation is huge, and you all take an oath of office to uphold city laws. I don't know if there's in there about representation, but I want to talk about housing a little bit because the code you passed in March is working. We've seen STRs come back onto the market. We've seen that you can now buy a house, a livable house in town for under $300,000. We've seen that project fixer-uppers actually stay on the market for maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, and you can get them for under $250,000 sometimes. So your move to block speculative investment in our housing is working. You know, and there's 20,000 people out there who your municipal code pertains to, not 200 people or not 2 people who maybe are affected by the code. There's over 20,000 people who are depending on you to enforce your code and to think about your whole population, not the people who get here to the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any hands online, so we will be adjourned. Thank you all, and we'll see you on the 17th.
Yeah, sorry.